I'm going to call to order the Effingham County Board of Commissioners regular meeting this October 19, 2021 at 5:04 p.m. Roll call, Mr. Loper.
Here.
Mr. Deloach.
Here.
Mr. Kiefer.
Here.
Mr. Burnett.
Here.
Mr. Floyd.
Here.
If everyone would please rise for invocation and remain standing for the pledge of allegiance. Gracious Father, we are so thankful to be together tonight as a community to consider the business that is so important to all of us, whether it be infrastructure or use of land or whatever it is. We just pray that there be wisdom and understanding granted to this board and to our constituents, that we make those decisions that are pleasing to you and good for all those concerned. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Takes us down to item 5, our approval of our agenda. Is a resolution to close any questions or additions to our agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have a couple of changes tonight. New business number 10, which is consideration to approve a water and sewer agreement between Effingham County and the City of Port Wentworth to serve Jasper Village Phase 2, located off of Old Augusta Road. Staff is requesting that this item be postponed to the November 2nd.
So we're going to postpone that or table it to November 2nd?
Yes, sir.
Okay, table it to November 2nd.
Okay, additionally, new business number 19 appears to be a duplication. Consideration to approve the extension of the master services agreement with EOM Operations for fiscal year 2022. Staff is requesting this item to be removed from the agenda.
Where's the duplication?
I would have to have someone else to explain that to you, sir, because I'm not sure that I understand it myself.
Number 18. Is it 18 or 19?
So they're saying that number 18 and 19 is the same information.
Gotcha.
I thought number 19 was related to, okay, I got you. So you said it's the same item? So we're removing item number 19.
Correct.
Any other questions or additions?
No, sir.
Get a motion to approve the agenda with the tabling of item number 10 of new business to 11.2
Second.
and the deletion of 19. We've got a motion by Mr. Kiefer. Second, Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it carries. We have our agenda. Consideration to approve item number 6, the minutes of the October 5th Board of Commissioners meeting. We have a motion to approve the minutes if there's no additions or corrections.
Make a motion to approve the minutes. Second.
Motion Mr. Lopez, second Mr. Deloach to approve the minutes. As presented, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The minutes are approved. Welcome to our public reminder. We have quite extensive agenda tonight. It's very long. So if you make comments on the agenda, I hope you'll limit those as much as possible, 2 or 3 minutes. And give you time to express your interest and concerns. We have a large agenda. All the documents in this meeting are located in the clerk's office, they're on the website. You can have a chance to review those and are ready to express your thoughts at the time. And with those comments, we'll move into our agenda. The first, number 9, is a consent agenda. We have 5 items. I'll read all 5 items and entertain a motion to approve. Excuse me. Item number 1 under the consent agenda, consideration to approve to submit a grant application to ACCG Civic Affairs Foundation, Georgia County Internship Program. Item number 2, consideration to approve to accept a grant award from ACCG Employee Safety Grant Program. Item number 3, consideration to approve to accept a grant award from and to contract with GEMA, State Homeland Security Program. Item number 4, consideration to approve to accept a grant award from the Georgia Governor's Office of Highway Safety, State and Community Highway Safety Program. Number 5, consideration to approve to ratify and affirm Phase 2, Task Order 22-25-001 to Atlas for the design and construction services for repair of Old Louisville Road. Is there a motion to approve the agenda, the consent agenda as read?
Make motion to approve as read.
Motion by Mr. Burnett. Who's the second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Loper. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And all 5 items on the consent agenda are approved. So now we'll move to our new business. And with the new business, we're going to move as rapidly as we can, and so that if we can get about 10 or 15 minutes till 6, so if you're the board, I'm going to call for a recess because we have a long public hearing. We've got a brief substance back here that we can re-energize because this could go right tonight. That's okay. So that we watch the time about 42, we're going to stop. The regular business come back to that after our hearings. New business item number 1, consideration to approve the tax refund request as submitted by James Helmley related to property located at 307 Wiley Road, map number 470, parcel number 9.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm with the tax assessor's office, Jennifer Kais. Mr. Helmy came in and he has a house located at the river, and we were taxing him for 2 structures on the property, and we found that there was just 1 structure. So we were able to go back and refund his request for 2021, 2020, and 2019. So we were able to do all of those, but we are not able to go back any further. And Mr. Helmy is requesting that a refund go back to 2015, I believe. He's here, so he'll be able to give you more information. So we can go back the 3 years, but we are recommending that 2018 also be refunded.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing.
Mr. Henry, you know,
Yeah.
would you like to provide any additional information as requested?
To begin with, I'm ashamed that I'm up here having to deal with this for not catching this before now. And the way this got brought to the attention, we were redoing the insurance policy on the property. And the insurance agent asked us, do you want insurance on both houses? And that's how we found this. I have been before the board on this property and before the Board of Equalization, and it's been reassessed several times since 2015, and undoubtedly everybody else is about as competent as I am because nobody caught it. And you know, they refunded the years and said that, you know, they're that, but we've been paying on the neighbor's house and their fire protection since 2015.
This house, was it on the neighbor's plot as well? Were taxes paid on this particular house?
No, there was a mapping error, so it looked like the house was on this property. So they had not been paying on it. They have already paid their taxes, so we are unable to go back and add the house back to their property for the past years because their taxes are already paid.
When we say there's a mapping error, what causes the mapping error to get the house on the wrong property?
I think the GIS had the lines wrong.
Lines were wrong?
The lines were wrong.
Okay.
And once again, at the bottom of the home page on the GIS, it says that these lines are not to use for legal purposes and da, 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 da. But anyway, been there, done that myself.
Mr. Lee, just a point of clarification, I'll give that shit from the past, but it comes up so rarely that you have this type of error, I can't remember. Can we legally, as a board, go back and remove taxes if we should believe the arguments are efficient, or is that a state? 3 years is all we can do legally.
That's under the statute, 3 years.
Okay. So, does the board have any option?
In addition to the Board of Assessors?
No, it would be the 2018, 19, and 20, since 2021's not, they just came out, so it's not collected. So I'd recommend you go back to 18. But that's the limit of your authority. You can't go back any further.
So we legally cannot do anything for this gentleman tonight.
Correct.
That was my concern, that we may, our hand may be tied by state statute, it sounds like we are. My heart is with you. I'd like to refund money since it's not your house. and it's
Well,
not
could
your
I get
money.
the fire protection back for those 3 years?
And we could do that, probably couldn't.
I believe you can do that.
We refunded him the fire for the...
For 3 years.
For 3 years, and we were recommending the fire also be refunded.
Back to two, I agree with that. We're gonna do what we can legally do. Is there any other fees besides taxes that we assess? And
No,
one reason I'm sure that's there, because it's not just affecting us, it's gonna affect the school, the IDA, the hospital. Everybody's gonna be impacted if we were to relieve the tax
It's-
burden.
fire fee, and we were also recommending that there was an above-average home site on the property for having 2 dwellings, so we were also recommending that that be placed down to a nominal value.
I believe they had used the roof outline from the aerial photograph to calculate the heated square space, which they had it at 1,500 square feet, and
It's
they
1,040, yeah.
came out and,
So
redid that.
Would that be an issue to let them adjust for the actual square footage? Or is that kind of the same thing?
That's the same thing. I mean,
The money paid is the money paid, right?
Still going to impact all the other agencies that we don't have legal authority to do this for. That's the problem. It's going to be more, our little bit of money we give to the heartbeat if we could, but it's going to impact so many others. We only about 30–40% of our own tax digest.
Also, Mr. Chairman, we had a similar case like this a few times ago. I think we should kind of go to that same path and replicate what we did before, just honor what we did before.
Yeah. So I appreciate your condition and position, wish we could do more. I'm going to take a motion to refund any fees other than taxes that were assessed on this property since 2015. Is that correct?
It's 2015, that would be...
No, he said we could do the fees, we can't do taxes. That doesn't affect anybody else. And 15 is how far it goes back, right?
Yes, 15.
That's fire fee, right?
5 fees.
Fire fees. But we can pick up some, we can refund some of the taxes, right?
These
3 years.
Yeah.
3, that's already done?
That's what it is.
We've done 19, 20, and 21. We were asking you to do 18.
Yeah, okay. We can.
Okay, so refund the taxes for 2018 and the fire fees all the way back to 2015. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. And it carries. So we're going to refund 2018 and all the fire fees back to 2015.
Well, can you give me an answer to this question? What is it called when someone takes from another person things that they don't belong?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If you take property from someone that's you don't have access to or legal right to, what's that called?
I know, check with your attorney. I don't know.
Somebody comes in the yard and takes your truck out in the yard, what's that called?
If you took my truck, it would be technically stealing, but I'm not sure what the situation you're talking about. You may have civil action.
Y'all hiding behind the statute saying, I do that, but, it's not right that you get to keep the tax money from those years.
Remember, we're not hiding behind it. We live in the state of Georgia on the same change the statute. It's not our statute, it's theirs. And they would look down on us if we go against the law. So, I like it, you don't like it, but we can't go against it. We have to change it as a constituents together. So wish we could do more, but that's where we're at.
Y'all have a good day and thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Moving to item number 2 under new business, consideration to approve the premium payment for the fire rescue department. Personnel as submitted.
Good evening, gentlemen. Sarah Mousoff, Assistant Director of Human Resources. Tonight Tonight, staff is here recommending a COVID-19 premium payment for fire rescue personnel in recognition of outstanding performance during the pandemic, especially during the recent extreme outbreaks in 2020 and 2021. The pandemic was officially recognized beginning the middle of March 2020 and continues currently to this date. During this time, we had an increase in calls for medical assistance in our fire rescue department. Staff helped respond time and again to ensure our citizens receive the best care possible with little to no downtime between calls for the staff members of our fire rescue department. The request has been reviewed and approved by Fire Chief Hodges and our county manager. Staff is recommending alternative 1.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I thought we, not to you,
Oh,
Manager. I thought we were gonna give them the same thing that we give the EMS. What was the difference there? Both of them should have been the
Mr. Logan,
same, got the same thing.
Just look, you might come down to.
The question is, the EMS payments were a flat 1,500, and there were 2 issues, which we can. You just simply have to adjust it. We only had a certain amount in the ARPA funds that we set aside for premium payments, and while the EMS did 100% of their calls were medical calls, obviously, the fire was, obviously they had dual responsibilities on this. And so what we wanted to do was to make sure that during this spike time, we made sure that there was a payment process in there that gave credits to the ones who, based on the amount of hours worked. We try to do it in a fair way, based on the limited amount of funds that we had. We could go above and beyond the ARPA funds into our, let's say, fire budget funds or special tax revenues or whatever. But if we want to limit it to ARPA funds, we base it on the formula based on hours during the spike between beginning of August and the beginning of September. So that's how we calculate it out.
Okay. But I don't see where EMS is more important than the fire department, and I discussed this with you before.
Mm-hmm.
But you could have split it, I mean, I know EMS has got $1,500 and a lot of firemen got over $1,000, which is good.
Right.
But anyway, you did it 2 different ways. It looked like you did it all on hours, or you just give them all $1,500 or $1,200 or whatever it came up to.
Mm-hmm.
So that was just a question because I discussed it a little with you before.
That's right, and we were trying to work it within the budget there, and then also trying to take into consideration that, EMS did 100% medical calls, while fire did a kind of a split. Some medical calls, but...
I think you're trying to say EMS goes to all the calls, right? Because if fire call, they go to cases,
Yeah.
they don't. Structural calls. Yeah. Whereas fire would not go to all the EMS calls, or would they?
I'm glad we could get a lot of them.
Most all of them?
Outside transports.
Can you...
Clint, do you want to come up?
Yeah, why don't you share your side? Are you satisfied with this as far as for your firemen? Is it fair and equitable, or do you want us to reconsider?
Yes, sir. When working with the county manager, we obviously within the dollar figure we had allotted, we tried to come up with a way that we thought was the most equitable, and the most equitable being whoever basically worked the most hours, because we had a lot of shifts where people would be out with COVID. We had people having to pick up extra shifts. I felt like those people should possibly maybe be rewarded a little bit more because we had some people working some pretty significant hours.
Are there more firefighters in EMS? Are
Sorry?
there more firefighters in EMS out there? Are there more firefighters employed in EMS?
Yes, we only have 32 EMS.
So yes.
So the fire got a large sum of money, just has more to distribute over, and you're trying to find a way to make sure that ones who have the most hours got more money than those who have the less hours.
That's correct.
And you're satisfied with?
Yes, sir.
Does that help with your question? Mr. Logan?
Yeah, that answers the question, but I don't know exactly. But anyway, I'm glad y'all got the money. I'm sure y'all can use it.
Yeah, we appreciate everything you
I don't
guys
have
have
no
done
problem
for
giving
us.
the money. I just had a question about having to divide it between two different entities.
Good job. So once again, we want to affirm how much we appreciate our directors and chief, what you're doing. It's just phenomenal. Particularly, you got us through this difficult time. So I hope our staff feels appreciated too, giving these resources.
And I think it's worth bringing up too, that there's, I mentioned at the last meeting, we're working with the governor's office with regards to the other payment to get that out to them, the one, the $1,000 payment, $300 per volunteer on the fire department to get that out to them as quick as we can.
Excellent. Okay.
That's an addition.
All right. I'll entertain the motion.
Make a motion to approve offer number one.
Motion by Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Burdette to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it carries. Item number 3 on the new business, consideration to approve the Effingham County Disaster Recovery Development and Disaster Planning Public Education and Outreach Plan. Is Clint going to present this one?
No, Ryan, excuse me, disaster recovery.
Disaster recovery.
Okay. My apologies. Clint Hodges, EMA Director, this evening, EMA Director and Fire Chief. Over the past about 6 months, we've been working on the Effingham County Disaster Recovery and Redevelopment Plan. And what this is, it's not for the immediate, right after the storm event passes or whatever other disaster. It's for planning for rebuilding and resiliency. Like if, for example, if Hurricane Hugo came through, making sure we're prepared for the extenuating circumstances, the 6 months, 12 months down the road. But I do have Ms. Jennifer Klein with the Georgia DNR here, and she's going to just give a quick overview.
Thank you, Clint. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to speak to you tonight. As Clint mentioned, Georgia DNR has been working to increase the resiliency of our coast through the development of local-level disaster recovery and redevelopment plans. These align with FEMA's National Disaster Recovery Framework. And back in 2017, our office received funding through the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to help develop these plans for all 11 coastal counties. At that time, you probably don't remember, but the Commission did provide us with a letter of commitment to be one of those counties going through this process with us. With doing all 11 counties and with COVID taking place, we've just now, as Clint mentioned, were able to come to work on Effingham County's plan. So the plan for your county was completed at the end of last month with input from your whole community. Stakeholders provided over 200 hours of their time and energy and input into this plan, several of whom are in this room today. And so I really want to congratulate you on going through this process. With the completion of Effingham County's plan, Georgia is the first state in the nation to have a completely resilient coast based on FEMA's guidance. And that's really exciting for us as a state. And your next step would be to adopt this plan so that you can take full advantage of the benefits that it would provide should you need it after a major disaster. So, thank you.
When I was reading through this, it didn't look like it's a detailed plan for a disaster, but it's a process that we work through to meet the aftermath of the disaster.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay, that's what I thought. I was looking for details about evacuation, recovery, and but I got you. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Klein on this? Any more comments?
No, sir.
Any motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Deloach to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. And it carries. Item number 4. Consideration to approve a proposal for the purchase of Orion disaster planning mitigation and damage assessment solution for the Effingham Emergency Management Agency.
Yes, sir. Clint Hodges again. During some of the previous disasters we've encountered, a lot of the documentation that goes into getting reimbursement to the county and the cities involves, you've got to make sure you have all your notes in order and everything, cost codes. Previously, a lot of this was done by hand. What we've done is we've been able to implement the majority of the emergency vehicles have either a laptop or a tablet involved. So now we can we're to the point where we could get some kind of a solution, a software solution that will allow us to document in real time instead of, having to put everything together after the fact. And this will also save a lot of time, instead of having to spend staff time putting everything together and then making sure all your cost codes are accurate. This will do all that for you and compile everything. So not only be quicker, but I think it will actually be more efficient for the county. And this was kind of the last piece of the puzzle as far as the documentation piece. The first year is a little over $5,869 with a little over $3,700 annual renewal.
Sounds real good. Any questions for Matt? Motion to approve alternative one.
Make a motion to approve alternative one. Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Deloach, to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. It carries.
Thank you.
Might just note for the clerk that it's not listed as alternative one here, it's the recommended option. So motion, it did say alternative one.
Okay.
And I asked alternative, so it says recommended option, just make that
Okay.
note.
Both the last ones were like that.
I just noticed that. Item number 5. This is consideration to approve resolution 21-050 to adopt the 2021 solid waste management plan and incorporate the plan to the county's comprehensive growth plan. Before you come, I'll make a recommendation to our board and see if you're good with this. When we started looking at the solid waste plan way back, I suggested then that we're probably going to need a couple of hearings on a lot of public input. So tonight, I'm going to ask that we not look for a vote to approve, but let's get the presentation, get any public input that allow us to get back to our contractor to implement these ideas and thoughts, come back for additional public hearing, and then we can seek a vote for approval. We want to do this thing right, and make sure we're transparent and fully vetted. So if that's okay, we'll just do the presentation tonight, hear from constituents, but if you're out here tonight, remember you'll get another chance to speak when it's done. So if someone says you're concerned, we might just get you to acknowledge you have that same concern. We'll see how we can work that out. And then we'll come back for another public hearing. If it takes 3, we'll do it, because we want to do this right. Okay? So we'll go ahead and do the presentation now, and then see what input we have from our public.
Good evening, Commission. I'm Eric Larson, your county engineer and assistant county manager. I'm going to real quickly introduce the presentation speaker. As you recall, back in last winter and in the spring, we had retreats where we talked about master planning, and we're master planning everything that we do here to get a plan for the future. Solid waste is the first of these plans to come before you, quickly followed by stuff you're going to see over the next few months: transportation, stormwater, facilities, water and sewer. So this is the first of many presentations like this that you're going to see. Tonight, Alliance Consulting Engineers and Emily Palomaro, I'm sorry. I practiced and I still messed it up. Emily's going to come and present. She has a short presentation, which is a summary of the report that's in your packet. After she gives her presentation, there'll be an opportunity for the commission to make comments and ask questions, and the public to make comments as well. So, Emily, the floor is yours. I think this is advanced.
Perfect. Thank you. Just want to introduce myself again. Emily Palomero with Alliance Consulting Engineers. We're a civil engineering firm, a little taller than me. We're happy to assist Effingham County with this plan. And just, I know y'all have all read it, so can go quickly through the summary. So So the purpose of this plan, it was to verify adequate collection disposal capacity for the next 10 years for Effingham County, summarize the existing solid waste handling facilities, as well as identify locations that are not suitable for future solid waste handling facilities. This has all been done in cooperation with Effingham County, as well as the municipalities within Effingham County, the cities of Guyton, Rincon, and Springfield. And this has all been completed in accordance with the Georgia Comprehensive Solid Waste Management Act. I'm just going to quickly go over each of the sections. So looking at projected waste streams, and this is the main purpose of this plan, is to look at the type of waste that's coming out of Effingham County now and what we should be seeing in 10, 20 years in the future. Right now, with the population of about 65,000 people, there is approximately 25,000 tons of waste being generated in Effingham County, municipal waste. Estimated population of approximately 86,000 people in 10 years, 2031, would produce approximately 33,000 tons of waste. So as we're seeing significant population increase, you're going to be seeing significant waste generation increase as well. Part of the plan is just summarizing existing facilities and how waste is collected throughout Effingham County. Waste is collected a multitude of different ways through Effingham County's dry waste and recycling convenience center, through several dumpsters that are at Effingham County facilities, and through the largest portion, which is curbside collection. Curbside collection in Effingham County is currently collected by Atlantic Waste Services. The city of Rincon and Guyton are collected by Waste Pro. In the city of Springfield, the collection is done by Waste Management. Currently, all of the waste collection providers dispose of their waste at the Superior Landfill. It's approximately 30 miles from here. They, as of 2020, have 12 years of operational life remaining, or until 2032. That technically will encompass the entire 10-year planning period of the solid waste management plan, but we're just letting you know that that's like a tight time frame. Your second alternative, and the alternative that the waste collection providers have given us, would be the Broadhurst landfill, approximately 90 miles from here. They have significant capacity for the next 80 years. As part of this plan, we wanted to take a look at the collection and disposal cost, what people would actually be seeing over the next 10 years as well, based off of the rate and the agreement that Effingham County currently has with Atlantic Waste. Currently, residents are paying $17.63 monthly for curbside collection. With that 2.5% annual adjustment upwards, they'd be looking at a $22.57 rate in 2031, which is about $211 annually. Upon the closure of the Superior Landfill, or in a situation where they could not transport that waste there, there'd be a small increase to transport to the Broadhurst landfill, which would equate to about an additional $23 a year, or about $2 a month. In order to make sure to provide y'all with all of the information and give you guys good comparatives, we also asked Atlantic Waste for a quote regarding what it would be to transport waste to a proposed local landfill, if there was one in existence. That would be a saving of about $1 a month, or about $25 a year compared to Superior Landfill, and about $50 a year compared to Broadhurst Landfill.
So what you just said again.
So if there was a local landfill within Effingham County, it would be about $1 saving per month. So that would be about $25 a year that residents would save compared to Superior Landfill, and about $50 a year compared to Broadhurst Landfill.
All my folks would gladly pay $50 extra.
Yeah, that's good information.
I want to dig into those numbers a little harder myself.
Yes, absolutely, and those are definitely in here, and I think the tables actually go out a bit further too, to 2041. And those were quotes that were given to us by Atlantic Waste, who is the current waste collection and disposal contractor for Effingham County. That's obviously subject to change with a new contract or if there was a new EPD rule. In addition, we wanted to bring it to your attention that if there was a landfill in Effingham County, Effingham County would be authorized and required to impose a $2.50 surcharge per ton to that private solid waste facility. That $2.50 per ton would generate a revenue that Effingham County would use to repair things like roads that might be impacted by the landfill facility, and also go towards other solid waste programs that would benefit the county. In this table here, there's just a few different scenarios kind of showing you the different types of revenue throughout Georgia that's currently happening right now. So you could see anything from $25,000, $50,000 anywhere to, several $1 million, depending on the tonnage. Part of the plan, we needed to look at waste reduction. Just the implementation of curbside collection over the past 10 years has caused an increase from 4% to almost 12% from 2004 to 2020. Georgia EPD's loose goal is about 25% waste reduction. There's really nothing that would, regulate that for y'all, but that's a good goal that they have. We've just made a few recommendations in order to achieve that reduction, like home composting programs. Another section of the report was taking a look at the current landfill siting requirements. So I'll speak into this a little bit more. Current landfill siting requirements, so these are the current rules that are in place by the state. And these rules are all put into place to protect water supply, sensitive environments, future land use, transportation like airports and highways, historic sites, and residential dwellings. I know this is a very dense table, so definitely take a look at that at your own time. And this map, which is a bit difficult to see, but is really a good visual of all of those items laid over. So you've got wetlands, airport buffers, floodplains on here to kind of illustrate the amount of area that would not be suitable for a landfill. So this is North Effingham County, and then this next slide would be Southern Effingham County. These are a few additional requirements. These would be in addition to the ones that are already in place that we think could add some added safety to things like residential dwellings, schools, daycares, churches, water supply, sensitive environment, and utility infrastructure. For example, one of the proposed siting requirements would increase the 500-foot dwelling buffer to 1,000 feet. Finally, just wanted to kind of highlight some of the ways that the public could continue to stay involved in solid waste management. There are several University of Georgia extension programs that let people get involved, as well as a few recycling initiatives. In our report, we recommend having, letting people, discuss the potential of a solid waste advisory committee and getting the schools involved in recycling efforts. And just let us know if you have any questions.
So a solid waste disposal management plan, master plan, you your summary of your recommendation and your summary of information, but the recommendation is what? You know, I think this would be a plan that we are looking at to, I'm not sure I see that in this.
So the solid waste management plan is really going to be providing you guys with a good picture of what's going on now and then ensuring capacity for the next 10 years. Since there is capacity assurance for the next 10 years at Superior Landfill, that's what we're recommending. Would really...
What are you recommending, I'm sorry?
Since there is sufficient capacity at Superior Landfill for the next 10 years, that's what is covered under the disposal. And then there are other minor recommendations regarding waste reduction. But really, this plan has been created in an effort to give Effingham County all of the information in one spot to be able to make decisions regarding solid waste landfill siting, as well as protect Effingham County in case someone did want to site a landfill here.
Well, that's a really good point, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad you brought that up. Just because when I read this, it seems like we're really leaning towards a landfill. And I know it's 5:45, and you said you want us to take a recess at that, and we can definitely talk more about it, but I don't know if there's some language that needs to be tweaked a little bit, or maybe we need to add language in there to chairman to say, recommendation is next 10 years, you know, you have capacity, you know, you think you're okay, just kind of spell it out a little bit more.
Whether it's us or coming from the consultant, there needs to be some specific recommendations that constituents can know we're considering if we approve of solid waste. Not just information about solid waste, but what direction are we heading, you know?
Right, we wanted to remain as objective as possible and just recommend, you know, and just have the information that y'all need, which is, you know, that there is 10 years of capacity, and that's how much it would cost at Superior, and there's 80 years of capacity at Broadhurst, and that's how much it would cost.
Question for you, on the 10 years for Superior,
Yes.
how is that substantiated?
So the Georgia Environmental Protection Division has to put out an annual tonnage report, and the 2020 report actually was just able to download it. They have to report the remaining capacity and useful life.
Superior has reported to them, but
Yes.
was that, just like when you look at what the options are, do you look and see if their stats are spun? Blunt, you know, because are you looking at the growth of Chatham and Glen and Richmond Hill and Effingham in a capacity way that really reflects the usage? I mean, I say that because originally it was less we were told. And then suddenly, because we're doing solid waste master planning for the next 25 years, they have 2 years. They have 2 years, that's great. That's good news. I just want to make sure that's substantiated, because if you have to resolve an issue, it's good to know you have to not 90 miles away. That relieves some pressure off of us too. We just don't want to get a situation that we've got 3 years to resolve a solid waste issue. And that's why is that just their letter?
So it's based on, no, it's not their letter, not waste management, they're not, yeah, not their letter. So they have to report their annual tonnage to EPD, and that's what EPD used to calculate their useful life versus the volume of the landfill. I would say that's a conservative estimate though, and things like natural disasters and different waste places closing can definitely change that.
Yeah, natural disaster could turn that 10 years in 6 months.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, but we have an alternative, which is good.
Yeah, the alternative, yeah, we laid out the cost for the alternative in there.
Does the Broadhurst, that's the 88 year? Is that
Yes.
80? Does it contemplate if the current one, if Superior were to hit capacity in 10 years, does it take that into account? Because I imagine that would accelerate to some degree, right?
It could potentially accelerate, but it does not take that into account.
Yeah. I think that's significant. I just look at the big picture.
It's a good question. Did you contemplate that if one fills up with Superior's current rates? Because we know right now, the landfill at Superior is probably looking at that cost that would take us to get it out there. They're saying, we can charge this much to get it up so that it's about the same. Are we looking at how we address those?
Yeah, those are figures that are very difficult to determine and if so subject to change. So that's something I would definitely recommend keeping in
So when you
mind.
say $25 per constituent for that, we're assuming the fees have a normal inflation of COLAs and not what happens when you're the only game in town.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And there could be another landfill come up to, provide competition in the next 10 years as well, but without competition, they could potentially charge whatever they wanted to.
In a situation like this, like with Broadhurst, do they limit the amount of people that are counties that are allowed to dump in there? I mean, is there a period of time where they say, okay, we're not taking anybody else and project out their life, so to speak?
They will have an annual tonnage limit that's permitted, and they would have to request a tonnage increase from the state.
So that, in theory, 5 years from now, they could be full.
Yeah.
That would be an option.
Well, they definitely wouldn't be full in the next 5 years. They have 80 years.
Based on the projection, they
We're
would
not full, but limited on what they can take.
But so they would have to, they would have to request additional annual, capacity, annual tonnage
And that would be
increase.
something we need to look at in our plan if we decide to go that route, is go ahead and look at some kind of securing of that, before everybody else secures a percentage of it. You know what I'm saying?
So
The chairman secures 20% of it, and Glenn secures 5%, and Brian secures 10%, we go to get, we need 20%, and then 5% up.
Right.
And I will note, without a contract with Effingham County, Republic landfills refuse to give a 10-year capacity assurance letter.
So this is good information, but there's nothing that we've got to do. I mean, they say they don't take out trash for the next 10 years. So this is nice to look at, but up to, for the next 5 or 6 years, we're in the clear of anything, right? But he said they can handle our trash for the next 10 years.
Superior landfill, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Assuming no natural disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's tight, but
we're not in
yes.
no big hurry to do anything right now, but it's nice to look at where we might can do it and when we can do it. But there's no big rush on it right now, is that right?
That's up to you, yes.
Yeah, I think that's,
We know we
that's
got-
a pretty good statement, really. I think that's a safe statement, that we're not in a rush to make a decision tonight or next year or the year after.
We may be in 5 years, start being more
but-
active.
But you get a hurricane that destroys part of that, that's why we need to plan, what are we gonna do? Do we need to secure something at Broadhurst, or what do we need to do to make sure that we've got a supplement plan, an alternate backup plan?
Yeah.
In 5 years, we just signed a 5-year contract with Atlantic Waste. So we covered with Atlantic Waste for 5 more years.
Unless the cost goes up, there's some provisions in that contract, I believe, if their fees go up, that they take it to this.
This may be helpful just to chime in with some of the questions coming up. My name is Tom Kennedy. I'm also with Alliance Consulting Engineers. And I think one of the things that everybody should understand is this is a snapshot in time looking out forward to come up with as best projections as we can as what your needs will be and what the data is so you can make some decisions on it. It should be a fluid document for you because things do change. If there was a disaster next year, I would recommend suggest you would have to go back and take another look. You may look at this plan and say, hey, you know what, let's take an option out with Broadhurst just as a fallback. So again, it's not a document that's supposed to answer every question you might have, but it puts together a framework so you can make decisions within the county and with the existing needs in a very systematic approach there. I hope you'll find it that useful for that too. And any questions that come up outside of this, because again, you're looking at other plans, just get them to Eric. Emily is very, very knowledgeable on this stuff and would be happy to look into anything in more depth that you need to.
Okay, very good. We're running out of time. I'm going to see if there's any constituents, and you may be about 10 minutes later on public hearing if you be patient with us. We have a long agenda tonight.
I think we got one on the phone.
We do. Mr. Damon Mullis is on the call.
Okay.
Mr. Mullis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. That was a presentation based on the plan that was submitted in the packet. They just kind of gave a broad synopsis of it. I know you had a question that you wanted to ask, and by all means, fire away.
Yes, and again, my name is Damon Mullis. I am the executive director and riverkeeper at Untitled Riverkeeper. Our mission is to protect, preserve, and improve water quality throughout the Ogeechee Basin, and we represent members throughout the 22 counties that encompass that basin, and many of whom live in Effingham County. I apologize for not being able to be with you guys today. Schedule did not allow. Had a really hard time hearing the presentation and everything going on, so apologies if I say anything out of context, and I will do everything in my power to make sure I'm there in person next time. We looked at the solid waste management plan draft that put out found some inconsistency. I submitted those in writing. Most of them are very minor, but the one that really kind of stood out to us is in the language it appears there is a pathway that a regional landfill can be sited in Effingham County without approval by the commission. My conversations earlier with folks understand that that's an oversight and not an intent, which is welcome. But with the risk posed by regional landfill for public health, to the environment and quality of life for Effingham County and residents, we would respectfully ask that somewhere in that document is noted and is apparent that any regional landfill being sited in Effingham County has to get approval of the Board of Commissioners, and that's what I'm asking here today. I did hear a little bit of the discussion, and couldn't hear it all, but for the consultants working on solid waste management plan. Also, I would look at Richmond County up near Augusta, also has a regional landfill that I think has lots of capacity. Could also be another backup location. I would like to thank all of you for your public service, and again, apologies that I'm not there, and hopefully I can be there next time, and I look forward to working through the process and updating the draft and making sure that the county commission is kind of at top down to make sure that we're representing their citizens, and if there's going to be a regional landfill in Effingham County, that's the process that they go through. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
If I heard Mr. Mullis correctly, what he's concerned about is making sure that there'd be no landfill without the approval of this board in public hearings.
And I tried to, he provided some language on that in there, and so I think we can clarify the language in there that there's an approval process.
And that we all agree that the right to rezone something is not a constitutional right. They can make a proposal, we're just giving information and framework we might consider something, but it still be a public hearing, constituency involvement, safety, environment, all of the considerations if and when that ever comes up. But this is not part of that process. This is just setting the framework for our future as we look at solid waste. Okay. Did you want to make a comment?
I was just going to say that that's probably covered under section D, plan consistency, and we'd be more than happy to clarify that.
We need to take a quick recess, because if someone wants to speak to this particular, we're going to have more public hearings on this, at least one more. Is there some other comment? I'd like to get Mr. Mullis's language and input to our consultant so we can look at that. Even the commissioner has any about this, some speaker recommendations. Let's get that to him.
Yeah, that's good. I just want to make sure, we kind of use the framework, this fluid framework going forward. I just want to make sure we don't handcuff, something, a future board in 6 or 7 years. Make sure they can go through the normal process. We just kind of spell it out a little bit better.
That sets out some healthy guidelines for whatever we do.
Yeah.
That each board look at each time. If there's no other comments, if you'll be patient, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess, because we've got about it's going to be a long public planning period, and I've got several on the list. And if you're here for any business, hopefully we've already covered your business over with our staff. We're going to come back and do our new business, we're going to leave it and go to our planning meeting when we come back. So if you're here for a hearing. We're gonna do that immediately, come back, and I'm gonna say probably 6:10. If you'll be patient, we'll be back at 6:10, and we'll start with the public hearing. Okay? Thank you. 12-minute recess.
Good enough?
Yes.
We're going to go back into our regular session. We're going to pause from our new business, go straight into our planning board hearings by the board tonight. We have many items on here. Item number 1 is the planning board is recommending approving an application by Justin Osteen as agent for Alan Lewis to rezone 95.93 acres located on Sand Hill Road from AR1 to I1 for a surface mine map number 277, parcel number 4 in the first district.
This land is currently zoned AR1, and it is adjacent to an existing surface mine. I've outlined in red. We worked in the zoning layers that actually should be showing as industrial. The subject that we're looking at tonight is at the green parcel with the red arrow. But the plan is to expand this acreage tonight into the adjacent parcel, to expand that parcel and make a larger surface mine operation. They will continue to access the site using an existing access easement from Sand Hill Road, and this is regulated by the Georgia Surface Mining Act. So as you know, we impose conditions relating to the ordinances that we have, the excavation, mining, ponds, and fields of land, ordinance, the surface mine operations, and road maintenance requirements. So those are the conditions that we can add to this, but as you know, this is a state mining permit project, so there are limited conditions that we have. We don't have our usual wetlands or stormwater conditions. This is just the state mining permit review takes charge of all of that, but we have local conditions relating to road maintenance requirements and just buffers, etc. Sand Hill Road is not a designated truck route, but as I noted, there is an existing surface mine right next to this parcel, and they're planning to just expand into it, so it's not a new operation or an extension of an existing operation. A traffic study may be necessary, and the condition that we added relating to traffic study was discussed at the planning board and tweaked a little bit. So the wording that you see,
Can you speak a little more to my
sorry, the language that you see on condition 2, we tweaked at the planning board. So after rezoning approval, if approved, the applicant will schedule a pre-application meeting to set the scope of the traffic study with the county engineer.
All right, we'll open a public hearing with that information. Anyone tonight speaking for this rezoning?
Good evening. Thank you all for your time. My name is Justin, and I'm the one requesting that for the, everything she was just saying, basically just going to expand it, our footprint a little bit. We're going to use the existing road. We don't anticipate any increased traffic that we already have on the road, and we're just expanding our raw material.
All right, anyone tonight speaking against this rezoning? Anyone speaking in opposition? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and we'll see if there's any questions from the board. You answered one thing for me. I'm concerned about landmines on county roads that are not built to construction truck standards. We're creating more issues for truck. But I think what I heard you say, it's not going to create any additional truck traffic because it's the same operator. It's just expanding it. And I think I can get on board with that. I do want to caution our board. We've discussed this in the past about future landmines for dirt on non-state highways or truck routes that we've already built to handle the tonnage. This is going to cause us issues, but this is when it's already there, same amount of trucks coming in and out.
Yes, sir.
I'm not in a position with that, I don't believe. Any other thoughts from the board? Okay, I entertain a motion.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I'll make a motion we approve the rezoning with the stipulations in our agenda package.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Loper, to approve with Staff and planning board recommendations, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And it carries. The second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of application by Justin Oskin as agent for Alan Lewis to rezone 95.93 acres located on Sand Hill Road from AR1 to I1 for surface mine, map number 277, parcel number 4 in the first district. Motion to approve the second reading.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Burdette to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Second reading is approved. Move to item number 3 for public hearing. The planning board recommends approving an application by the Radford Law Firm as agent for Terrell G. Johnson Jr. and Lila Maria Johnson for the variance located at 3585 Blue Jay Road to allow for the subdivision of a 5-acre parcel to be served by an easement or private road, map number 351, parcel number 68 in the first district. Mr. Reese, you give us information for the open hearing.
So this one is, the proposal is actually to split 5 acres off, and the request originally was for me to sign a survey. And so we reviewed this, the plat, and discovered that the proposed parcel was on a private road or an easement. And so we were unable to sign it, and we, in the past several months, kind of developed this procedure of taking these kind of requests in front of you all as a variance. And that's what this is. So there is an existing 60-foot easement from Blue Jay Road surveying. You can kind of see it going from Blue Jay. There's an actual road there that's been existing for a long time. And the
Go back to that one.
So this is the proposed plat, although if approved, we've asked for some changes to be made to zoom out and show us a little bit more of the easement. But this is the existing road. This is the access off Blue Jay Road here. It's existing. There's mailboxes. There's trash cans put out there. And the road is in, I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to assess the condition, but this is essentially what it looks like as you drive down there. And the parcel, there's no issue with the rezoning. I mean, it's really, or it's not even rezoning, it's just splitting 5 acres out. So that, there's no problem with that, but staff's unable to sign the plat without a variance from you all because of the restriction on creating additional lots off the private road or easement. There are many more than 3. It's hard to count really how many parcels might be served by it, but there's certainly more than 3 parcels being served by it. Mr. Radford here to talk a little bit about his involvement in the creation of that 60-foot easement.
All right, we'll open public hearing. Mr. Radford.
Thank you, Chairman. We appreciate you and appreciate service on the board tonight. We are trying to see if we can resolve this. This 60-foot road has been in existence for a long period of time. It is maintained by a Drew Aligo, and I brought copies of the maintenance agreement with him. It's also maintained by the Conway heirs. Several of the people in that family still are actively involved in their ownership. So it's been a community effort to keep the road in good shape, and the road is in good shape and has stayed in good shape. What we're asking tonight is that the 5 acres be allowed to be partitioned off from the main piece. I believe the main piece was 19 acres. And for his daughter to build a house on that piece of property. As I was saying, this came about many years ago. So far back I can't even find all the files. But there is a maintenance agreement in place. There is a signed easement in place. The road has been there for a long period of time. And we're seeking the variance from the county tonight to allow this transaction to go forward.
Okay. Anyone else speaking for this variance tonight? Anyone speaking in opposition to this variance? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. See if there's any question or discussion on the board.
I actually went and took a look at this property. That private road is in better shape than some of our other roads in the county, I can promise you. They got a great house down there for road meters. I'm telling you, there's a small family on it. And he, like I said, he's just trying to put his door down there next to him. So with that, I'll make a motion that we approve this with planning board with staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Burdette. approve the planning board and staff recommendations for the variance. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And it carries.
And I do want to thank the staff, Teresa and Eric both. They met with me last week, and I appreciated their time that they took to talk about this.
Very good, thank you. Now, second reading, consideration to approve the second reading and application by Ratchford Law Firm as agent for Terrell G. Johnson Jr. and Lila Maria Johnson for a variance located at 3585 Blue Jay Road to allow for the subdivision of a 5-acre parcel to be served by an easement on private road map number 351, parcel number 680, first district. Motion to approve second reading.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Floyd, second, Mr. Burdette, to approve the second reading. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And here, all opposed, no. Hearing no's, it passes unanimously. Number 5, under public hearings, the planning board recommends approving an application by Dave Burns as agent for Michael Larson to rezone 83.29 acres located at 780 Noel C. Conway Road, AR1 to R6 for the development of 225 lot residential subdivision, map number 3252, parcel number 58 in the first district. Mr. Tracy.
So this land is currently zoned AR1, but you may remember that at one time it was zone plan development as part of Winfield development. This would have been phase 2, but then that didn't happen. Phase 1 has been built and is almost completely built out, but the phase 2 land was sold and Mr. Larson bought it, and in 2012 it was rezoned to AR1 so that he could live on it and raise his cattle there. And now he's ready to sell it and redevelop, Mr. Burns wishes to rezone it to R6, which the main criteria for R6 is that water sewer, that public water sewer be available, and that is the case here. So staff are able to recommend approval on this. This is a proposed 225 lot subdivision. The next item on the agenda is the sketch plans. You have all the information there.
We'll cover the zoning first. Open the public hearing. See if anyone would like to speak for this rezoning.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Michael Larson, I'm the owner of the property up here. As we just explained, it was about 10 years ago I bought this property under distress. It was a foreclosure out of Farmers and Merchants, South Sylvania. I bought it from there. It was PUD C back then, I believe, is what it was zoned. Once I looked at that, I got my first tax bill. I found out that I couldn't really afford to sit on that thing very long. There wasn't much in the community for house building at that time because the economy kind of failed. We were in a little bit of depression at that point. So I came back to the board and I requested to rezone to AR1. I requested that. With that request, I told you that in 10 years I would be back because you can't really see it on this diagram, but as I was explaining, there you go. You could see that Highway 30 is along the north side there, and that's where the water line is that the county put in. On the south end, you have where the fatter easement is there. That's where there's sanitary sewer that's already in, and it's already built for the number of homes that we're planning on putting in there. And on the back side of that is a storm sewer. And that storm sewer, all of that is currently owned by the county. There's a lift station on the bottom right corner, right in here. That's operational that the county also is using right now for phase 1 of the subdivision. What we're looking for tonight is to get that back up and utilize that full capacity because it's nowhere near that right now. And it'll definitely bring some more money back into the county with all the tap fees and all the houses being put in there. I will want you to know that when I did look at selling this place, I had quite a few offers based on where it was at and the height of because it's good high property. I had a lot of national developers wanting to come in and develop this, and I really turned them down for a local. So Mr. Burns is a local developer in the county. He's born here, raised here, he's probably going to die here, and he's going to do the right thing. So is there any questions for me at this point?
The stormwater ponds, they're on your property, but they're in support of phase 1, isn't that correct?
Yeah, the stormwater property, yes. So there's two, there's one in phase 1 and there's one in phase 2. You can't even hardly see it in there.
I remember we had discussed that as well.
But the stormwater goes through phase 1 for about 75% of it, And it runs into that pond inside the blue circle, which I don't know if you,
Teresa put the sketch plan up, it shows the 225 and it shows on there.
yeah. So it's already serviced on that, and there's, and the storm sewer runs into there, and then runs all the way out the back. And then there's a culvert just to the south of that storm pond, which the other pond runs through into the storm sewer and then runs out.
Okay. We'll probably have some more questions, discussion in just a minute. Anyone else speaking for this rezoning tonight? Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning?
Hello, my name is Tim Hutchings, and I think this is a case of probably bad timing on this one here. Back in 2011, when this was originally proposed, Highway 30 in South Effingham hadn't developed like it had. It was originally proposed as a development that was approved then based on what was there then. And I think everyone here knows there wasn't a whole lot here then compared to there is now. Fast forward, simply put, the area can't support this 252 homes as we currently sit. Primarily the schools. And are you guys familiar with the current enrollment numbers versus capacity in the South Effingham schools? So do you know that we've got 4 elementary schools considered South Effingham and 3 of them are already over capacity?
Do we have our superintendent of schools here tonight to share the same concern that you have?
He's actually in Athens at some meetings, but if you'd like, I've got our current enrollment figures right here if you'd like to see them.
I'm not trying to describe what you're saying, just because there's going to be growth, which is going to be in the county. Our school system is preparing this.
The school system is not prepared, unfortunately.
They are preparing for these.
But here's why I go back to the timing. It takes about 18 months to turn a neighborhood from the time people start moving in. It takes 3 to 5 years to put a school in. We've got 2 Band-Aids proposed. They're proposing 16 additional classrooms at Blandford, 16 additional classrooms at Sand Hill. That's going to increase capacity at those schools by about 350 kids each. Based on the 7.1% growth rate we're seeing in the South District, all those schools again, and that's if you redistrict evenly amongst all of them to fill them to capacity, they're all at capacity again at the beginning of not this school year, the next school year. And that's assuming no additional development. That's based on the previous growth rate. What really needs to happen is a new school. Unfortunately, again, we're 3 to 5 years out from that. And one of the primary issues is this right here. The density that's being approved with this 6 homes per acre, it's driving the land price up to $60,000 to $80,000 an acre some of these developers are willing to pay. School system simply can't pay that. They paid $21,000 behind Rinkin Elementary after a bunch of negotiations. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case in this area because of this. If our developments were like they used to be, if you were to zoom out on the tax map and you look at all the other neighborhoods prior to 2011, you see a lot of trees, half-acre lots everywhere, still neighborhoods. If that was the case now, we wouldn't be seeing $60,000 and $80,000 an acre. So the issue is a timing thing. Our schools.
Your concern then is the timing related to the schools.
Yes, we just.
It's related to any other aspects of this.
Well, obviously the roads as well, and also, well, this would be more along the sketch plan. But back in the previous county development plan, there was a lot of call for not doing this, strip and fill type building to where you clear cut a property and you put houses as close together as possible through the whole neighborhood. It was all written to maintain the character and the integrity of Effingham County. And there was supposed to be green space along the road, not staring at the back of cheap houses. There was supposed to be a nice entrance, not just a clear entrance. And this just flies in the face of that. So I'm not saying.
Your objections is green space concerns, the road, what's the specific road?
Have any of you, do any of you have children at South Effingham Middle or High School? Any of you travel?
We understand exactly what you're talking about, but that's a school board concern. We understand.
But here's the issue. Here's why it's a school board concern. Because there's zero communication between the Board of Commissioners and the school board.
Very well aware.
So that's not correct. That's a false assumption there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask, is the current enrollment at South Effingham Elementary? You're our D1.
If you spoke with Lynn Anderson, she could answer that.
But here's why it is your responsibility.
No,
sir. I'm going to cut this off. I want to know what just your objections are, because we have a long planning board tonight. And we're not saying we're for or against right now, we just need to hear the objections. And your concern is the school.
Correct.
Green space, and what's the objection on the road?
They're overcrowded already. And the cop-out that it's a highway, a county,
Highway 30 is overcrowded?
Highway 30 is overcrowded in the morning. If you've been on there in the mornings and in the afternoons, it's overcrowded to the point that Georgia DOT is putting in a roundabout at Hodgeville Road, correct?
And we also addressing the transportation issues in the county.
Okay, here's a question that's on your approval form. So you guys act like it's a school board responsibility. Could the proposed zoning allow use that overload either existing or proposed public facilities such as street, utilities, or schools? That's your responsibility to make that determination.
It's our place to consider that, and they have the opportunity to speak to us regarding this. And in the past, when I called our superintendent about conditions, and I say, are you saying this is not something you could support? He does not agree with what you're saying and others are saying.
That's interesting, because we've got calls to say otherwise. So what you're saying is these proposals do not place an impact. They don't overload. That's what you're saying.
No, we're saying...
Because you check no on every one of these requests.
No, sir. That's the planning board. That's not us. You don't know what you're talking about.
I've got
That's
minutes.
not me.
I've got minutes from the. I'm not pointing you out, and I'm not specifically saying this development.
That's not our notes. That's from the planning board.
No, what you don't understand. I'm not referring to this one, and I'm not singling you out, Forrest. So if we go to previous approvals in this area.
Incorrect.
So are the minutes from previous county commissioners meetings, say for the 108 townhomes that Matt Bird's putting up next to the high school, are those minutes not recorded right now for me to see?
Yeah.
So I can view the approval where people check, no, this will not provide county commissioners.
No, sir. We don't fill out a form.
We did not check
I don't know what you're talking about.
And just for information, we're going to move on, because I've got other constituents. Just for information, I actually called the superintendent on that to make sure there was or was not.
And I spoke to our district rep also.
When did you speak with her?
So we do communicate with our board of education.
I'm telling you I did. Did you?
I did, actually.
Well, I did too.
I did on Sunday, and she did say...
This was approved about 2 months ago. That is, we're not even here to discuss that.
Which is fine, but my point is there is not a lot of communication. And our D1 rep said she's spoken to a commissioner once in 3 years, and that was you, Forrest, to your credit, regarding the Matt Bird proposal. I'm asking that there be more open communication, just assuming that they know the growth is coming. Maybe when you get these proposals, how about some active dialogue? Get a timeline from the schools. When can we absorb this? Or where do we have room to absorb these new developments within the county? That's all I'm asking. But this passing the buck, that's ridiculous.
I hear you.
We understand the growth is coming. We're trying to address that.
Thank you for your input. Is there anyone else tonight speaking in opposition to this?
I did speak to Dr. Ford yesterday. I'm not going to put words in his mouth, so I'm not going to bring what he said in.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll just bring up a good point here. What was this, last year, whenever the board had the population study the next 10 years, and you, myself, the superintendent, and the chairman of the board, Lamar Allen, sat down and we talked about growth coming, and so we definitely had some conversations between the two bodies.
Hello, I'm Glenda Bailey. I'm a resident in that area off of Highway 30, and I definitely oppose that the infrastructure be done due to the crowding, overflow. Just it's a lot of people coming in. Y'all need to 4-lane that road before you bring more people in.
Okay, thank you.
Sadly, we can't. That's a state highway.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, we just oppose it.
I understand.
Okay.
Thanks, Lloyd.
Speaking in opposition, did you get her name?
Yes.
Okay. State your name, please, sir.
My name is Richard Thurmond, and I'm a resident down the road from this. And this type of a development with like 1/6 of an acre, it is very dense in population, and it's just not, we just don't have the infrastructure to support continued high density dwellings like this. So I would urge you to reconsider the density that's allowed for development for the residences. Thank you.
In reality, they can't get 6 houses on there, about 4 houses is about as many as they can get on that R6 zoning.
Well, these are,
Two per acre.
and this is requesting 6 per acre?
Well, yeah, we're not saying we're going to approve it, I'm just saying, what he's saying,
It was
what we're
planned.
proposing right now is it's around 3 houses per acre if you look at the sketch plan. Based on 225 homes and 83 acres, it's about 3. You got roads, green space. Huh?
2.7.
2.7, it was something under 3.
Now, it needs to be
But
arranged.
there's other issues that I may have that you don't even have yet. I just want to hear the opposition, make sure we consider our constituents' oppositions, like, crowding the school, the roads. I want to hear what you have to say. Anyone
Yeah.
else tonight speaking in
Yeah.
opposition who has anything different?
Suggesting that it should be like, more like a half acre per residence. Thank you.
Anyone with anything different that's already been expressed? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing then. Everyone's had a chance and we'll hear from the Board of Commission. I want to make some opening comments about density. I know for me, I can't speak for the board, I'm not against density if it's done right. That's my number one concern, that it be done right. I've seen excellent subdivisions where there are R6 and these homes sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars because they're done correctly. And so density, I'm not against. So that everyone knows tonight, we put a moratorium on, this one was already an application in, but previous applications we put a moratorium on because we knew we had to get a handle on some of the infrastructure, have more time. We do have conversations with our schools, so we sat down and looked at all the projections with our board, school board. But as we project out, we're looking at what does density look like and what are going to be the guidelines. So we've got a moratorium, except for a handful, and this is one on tonight that's come up. I do have some concerns that we just addressed with another multifamily. It's not multifamily, it's a single family, but it's density. And the concerns we lifted up with them was like green space. As I look at the sketch plan, no, we're not into the sketch plan yet, I don't see sufficient green space. I don't believe the R6 was designed to put as many houses as you could into an area. I think it was designed that you could put a lot of houses in a smaller area so that you could have better green space, more amenities, and have a nicer neighborhood. If you just pack them all in and you don't have sufficient playgrounds and so forth. So one of the concerns as I look at this, I want to know where the playground areas are so kids are not in the streets. I want to know about the parking, so there won't be parking on the streets. I want to make sure there's recreation areas, maybe a community building. Is there an HOA in this that's going to control what it looks like? Because if you're not careful in a R6, it doesn't become like where my daughter lives. She's right next to townhomes. She can shake neighbors with her hands with the neighbors. The house is so close, but it's a high-dollar neighborhood. It's a very valued neighborhood. If you get a small house, what size is the house going to be? It becomes rental property down the road. It could be a detriment and very costly to our county commission to how we fund and protect and school that area. So these are the questions I have, not the density, but how are we going to do it? So I wouldn't mind hearing from the board any questions you have and let you guys address how you're going to approach these concerns that we might have about density. Okay? So see if we can possibly move forward on R6 or not. Anybody?
We know that there's an issue with this density, and that's the reason we imposed the moratorium. Whenever we approved the, and I'm not going to backtrack and go over all the details, with the multifamily dwellings, we didn't have the stipulations in place that we felt we did. Same way with this R6. We wanted more road space. We wanted off-street parking. And there are things that we wanted to make it a good investment for our community. And we worked through that. That's what we're going to do here. As far as, I've got people calling wanting us to stop all building. Well, I'm a true believer in property rights. The only way to control a piece of property is to own it. And if an individual follows the rules, ordinances, and laws, there's no reason that individual's rights should be trampled because you don't want to sit in your car after 10 minutes on Highway 30. That road is controlled by the state. We're doing all we can do with roads, but we also have to respect the individual property owner's rights. There's growth coming to this county. A lot of people don't like it. I get it. I grew up here whenever it was very thin compared to what it is now, but they're coming. And a lot of it is our own family members. I mean, I've raised kids here, now I've got a grandchild. there is no housing available in this community right now. You can't find rental houses. So how do we address it? Well, we put on this moratorium, institute this moratorium to try to address these issues. We take an input from the citizens, and then we're going to try to address it just like we did the last one. I think to be consistent, what I would like to do is to table this for 2 weeks, get more input from the developer on what we can do to address these issues. It is high density. I want to make sure that our green space is in place. One of the things we didn't like with the prior zoning was the green space could be, wetlands could be utilized as green space. Well, you can't use wetlands. Your kids can't utilize that as a playground. And there's things like that I think we need to work through. So this property was destined to be a neighborhood, period. The infrastructure's in the ground, the water's there, the sewer's there, the stormwater's there. The only thing that's not there are the roads. This was going to be phase 2 of Winfield. So there's no question there. It's just how we do it. But that's my statement. Anybody else can say something, but that's where I stand.
And we do have the infrastructure for the sewer as we build it for this type of density, so we know that it's there, and we want to make sure it's used because it needs to be used. The roads we are addressing countywide. Highway 30 is going to be addressed by the state, but we're spending money to put in a parkway that's going to eliminate some of that traffic off of Highway 30, which is going to help us a lot. So, but if you want to take a few minutes and tell us about the green space, because when I'm looking at this, I don't see the green space that would satisfy me to recommend to this board to approve. I want to know about the parking. Is there going to be garages on the houses? Will there be at least two parking spaces on the lot for cars, so they're not parking in the streets? And could there be some off-street parking? These are concerns that others have done that helped us approve a higher density until we get this reworking of our R3 and our, is it 6?
6.
Yeah, and our permitted uses in D3 to get those reviewed and how we can get some better. So what's your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, Doug Morgan, EMC Engineering. Forrest said it. I mean, this is destined to be a subdivision. Just to give you the history, brief. Back in '04, I designed this place for previous clients. Phase 1, Phase 2. Phase 1 was built. The infrastructure was put in for Phase 2. You all know that. When it was originally designed, it was designed as a planned development, a PD. And whether you know it or not.
That's where we're moving, I think, with density, but unfortunately we don't have that framework right now. Although you could, but this is an 83 acre.
No, well, there's no advantage to that now. When it was planned to be a planned development prior, there was 386 lots total. With what's built in Phase 1 and what we're proposing here with 225, there's 348. This is 38 lots less than what was approved originally. So there's 38 less houses in there. When we came into our pre-app meeting the first time with staff, we had a little over 340. We talked about, staff recommended putting commercial, more open space near the entrance. We did that. We took out 20-something lots. We're trying to preserve a fair number of some large oak trees right there at the entrance to make it more aesthetically pleasing. But as far as your green space, the requirement...
Show me that area on this map. You're talking about top left corner?
When you come in, well, you see there's a driveway on the far right there that's already built. That was installed when we built this thing in '04. The original Phase 1, we went ahead and put in the water, the sewer, the storm.
Concern I had. So you're going to have an access to this.
They're already existing.
It's not the existing access.
No.
There's an existing DOT permitted drive. This is, and we did the traffic numbers, the DOT reviewed it. They told us to put in the max turn lane you can. We had to widen Highway 30. Both entrances were approved by the DOT. You have a 230-foot approach, then you have a 100-foot taper, and we have 310-foot of full depth left turn storage at both entrances. That is required based on the criteria for Highway 30 at the time.
So we'll have two accesses.
And it's still, they're already built. They're already built and constructed all the way to the property.
Are they using both of them now?
No, because Mr. Larson uses it because that's his
That's what I
driveway.
was thinking, but that would
Right.
be another.
But it's already,
Okay.
Highway 30 has already been widened. The full 310 foot of left turn storage is already installed. But back to your green space, oh well, and one thing to point out, y'all have an R6 currently in place that y'all came up with, the county came up with. The smallest lots in 2004 that were a part of that PD were 60 by 110. The requirements for R6 is 60 by 110. The smallest lots in phase 1 is 60 by 110. The smallest lots in this one are. The only lots in this that are 60 by 110 is the ones internal. Every lot around the exterior, there's a 25-foot vegetated buffer around this entire place that will remain. All the lots on the outside range from anywhere from 8,000 plus to over 19,000 square foot. The internal lots that you see that are where the cul-de-sacs are and on those straight roads in the middle, they're the minimum 6,600 square foot homes. But you may ask, why don't they do a PD now? Well, in 2004,
About 6,600 square feet.
60 by 110 is 6,600.
Houses, what's the typical home size, square footage in the
Whatever fits in y'all's setbacks. I mean, the houses I don't get involved with the houses, and at this stage in the game for a rezoning, the house size is not a requirement. I mean, if we had to put the house sizes on there, I mean, we would.
Yeah, none of this.
Green space
we can't require
is.
anything from you on this R6. R6 has the elements that we have to comply with if we approve it. My concern is that we know there's an issue with our R6 as it is right now.
What's the issue?
Green space on all recreation. And so we're trying to get ahead of that. That's why I got the moratorium on the applications. So we're not against the density, we're not against the lot sizes you just said.
Right, the density is not a problem, it's less than 3 per acre. Sir?
You answered the access and ingress and egress, that sounds like it's pretty good. But we're concerned where the children play, will there be cars on the streets, the size of the housing, we can't require anything. You might recommend
Right.
something, a condition that you would offer, I don't know, it's up to you.
Parking and off-street parking is an issue we deal with when we deal with a multifamily development or an apartment-type development. This is single-family. Everybody will have a driveway. The green space requirement for R6 is 20%. That's 16.6 acres. We're providing over 23 acres
Is any
of
of
green
that in a
space.
wetland area or?
There's no wetlands on this property. We can only count 50% of the detention ponds. And if you see, if you see up there in the front, those 2 open spaces off the Mr. Larson's driveway, DOT entrance driveway, point out the 2 green space, that open area and that open area. That is where Mr. Larson's house is currently. He has a pole barn and another shed. We had houses in the majority of that, but after meeting with Eric and Teresa, at their suggestion, we tried to preserve as many of those oak trees in that area coming into the subdivision as an open area. In that open area, and like I said, it's not a requirement for us to list what's going to be there. If it is, and y'all put that in there after y'all moratorium, we'll start listing the amenities that are going to be in
It's
there.
not a requirement, it's not a requirement that we.
Right, but I don't want you, I don't think denying or tabling this because you don't know what the green space is or what the house is made out of or which
It's
side the
important
driveway is
because of
on.
what you just heard.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
So we're getting tired.
But if we're getting there, we'll abide by it.
Mr.
But,
Doug, I'm looking at this and I'm asking, where are the kids going to play?
well, there's 23 acres of open space. Part of that open space is going to be a dog park. Y'all have a dog park ordinance. There's a side set aside. It's labeled right there, dog park parking. It's labeled on there. It's going to be a fenced-in area. Over here where his house is currently, there's going to be a pavilion with cooking, fire pit. There's going to be a playground. There's going to be a basketball court. We haven't shown them on there because we're just in the rezoning phase. I can't lay out all that stuff until I go out there and survey it and I figure out how big these oak trees are, drip lines. I don't want to show something in that middle area as a pavilion and then you say, well, you didn't put the pavilion there because I didn't know how far the oak tree limbs stuck out and come to the ground. So the amenities are going to be there. And if you want me to write them on that sheet of paper, I can, based on what me and the developer have discussed. But they're not shown on there. We set aside the percentage of green space in excess of over 7 acres more than what we were required to do for green space. It was the developer's idea after our pre-app meeting to lose lots for more green space. And we did. We lost about 15 lots
Yeah, and I can appreciate that, but here's my concern still. I think you need a couple of areas for recreation.
I've got 1, 2, 3,
Well,
4.
we got recreation on one end, the dog park on the other end.
I'm looking at
Some
1,
of the
2,
ideas-
3, 4, 5 green space
Get the
areas.
area, get the collecting machine you're talking about.
Okay, so the pond, I'm just
So,
assuming.
so are these gonna be recreational playgrounds here, there?
Here's the- This is the area designated for dog park. These are 2 green space areas. You may be referring to the pond areas.
What is this? It's a pond.
That's the existing pond.
That's a pond. This is the pond?
This is a detention pond, it's not built yet. That one right there is built. The ponds only count toward 50%. You can only count half the size of the ponds anyway. So if it's 10 acres, we only get 5 acres credit. So that's not even counted. There's more out there in the ponds. 50% of that we can't even count. But the one time you come into the subdivision, there's 1.37 acres of open area. Over by that pond to the far left, by the dog park, there'll be benches. I think there'll be a walking trail. And then I showed you there where the 3 buildings are, where the residents, that'll be a basketball court, a pavilion, and a playground. If they all fit there. If they don't, we may have to put them somewhere else. But that is the intent. Like I said, me listing what's going to go in the open space is not a requirement to get this property rezoned. We're telling you that because that's what the developer is going to do.
Sorry to ask this again, so it's 23 acres of actual green space people, dog park can use, that's not including the detention pond?
The detention ponds are 3.8 and 3.5. So there's about 7 acres of detention ponds. We can only count 3.25 acres of that toward the green space. 16.6 acres is required, and we're showing 23.2 acres of open space.
So really 20 acres is green space minus the ponds? Is that what you're saying?
Correct, 20
Around
acres.
17 acres of that green
But
space.
toward the 20% that you get credit for, 50% of it can be ponds, and they will be water features.
Well, and I get that, we're just more concerned where your kids are going to play, not
Yes, sir.
playing in the detention ponds.
Right.
And recreation areas need to be.
So there will be plus or minus 20 acres of open space, green space, grass, playground, pavilion, cooking facility, basketball court.
So these lots are no different from the lots in the current in phase 1.
Correct. When we did the PD, see back then, in 2004, I think the minimum lot size was 100 by 120, 12,000 square foot. The developers at that time, they wanted something different. They wanted a smaller lot. They wanted multifamily and commercial all on the same piece. So we did the small lots, and even back then, in a PD text document back then, we wrote the whole thing. Lot size, setbacks, road right-of-way. The road right-of-ways out there in phase 1 are 50 foot. They were the same thing in phase 2. We revised that for this because after talking with staff, they weren't going to allow the 50-foot right-of-way. Because if we'd allowed that, I'd have used the same layout I did in 2004, which was 38 more lots. But we didn't. We had to go back and relay out the whole thing, working around the existing sewer easements that are in the ground. But yes, the PD that was approved accounted for having multifamily and commercial over near Conaway Road, and that's the vacant pieces you still see sitting there that aren't developed. It never happened, and now I think they're starting to fill in with some single-family homes. So the reason doing this as a PD is not any advantage because y'all have already got the R6 in place. The only reason if he wanted to do a PD, he'd come in there and go with a 45 or a 50-foot wide lot. He would do something smaller.
We're satisfied with the R6 that's in place, we're in a moratorium right now.
No, I understand.
We don't like the green space that it says, we don't think it's helpful for our community, it's not going to work the way it needs to work. So everything is always being improved as we look and see. We didn't know we were going to be the top 3% fastest growing county in the country, not state, but in the country, back when the R6 was approved. Now we see it's going to be a real issue if we don't get out in front of it. So I'm looking at this like what we used to do the other day, 19, which was multifamily, I can't remember. But they agreed, we asked them, they just came back and said they would put multiple recreations. They put 2 recreational sites so kids don't have to 225 acres is a lot of acreage. You gotta go a long ways from this end to that end to the dog park, and this end, I don't think you need two dog parks, but I think recreational should be around where there's areas where people can conjugate without conjugating in the street. If
It's
you don't have
83 acres.
The density that you're talking
Not
about.
225.
Once again, lot sizes are fine, but I think, in my opinion, we need more than 70, that's 7%. 20 acres, that'd be less than 10% green space.
I have 28% green space.
You know, we're really going to address all of this on the next round of the sketch plan. I mean, this is just.
No, if you approve the zoning of R6, then all they gotta do is give a sketch plan that meets those requirements right now. And I think our discussion in the past is we were concerned that, in this case, 7% green space is not adequate for this many children. So we said, you know, right now, until we get we got a consultant looking at our zoning, to be more healthy for our growth community.
But Mr. Chairman, I have 28% green space.
Until we get that back, we want to consider these guys who have applied and gals who have applied. But we need to consider it with additional green space, make sure the parking's there. I'm just thinking about what you suggested about tabling it, listening to our concerns and coming back with some, what would our staff to meet some additional green space recreational? You may lose some homes, it may be, but not the density that's left. But I'm not sure I'd recommend what I'm looking at now. Not that I have a vote, but I'm not sure I'd recommend approving it tonight.
Well, the other thing is the off-street parking, you know, with the multi-family, there was a whole area for overflow parking. I mean, people have two kids that are driving, you know, if you drive through Winfield now, there's cars parked all over the road and everywhere else.
And I know it's still a problem even if it's single-family dwelling. Once again, I know of subdivisions like my daughter lives in, single-family dwelling, high-end place. But when we park there, we can't park because they have 3 vehicles. But they have off-street parking because if I park on the street, I get a little sticker from the HOA that says if this car's not removed, it will be removed. You know?
But Mr. Chairman, playgrounds and parking is not a requirement for zoning under this R6 district.
We address this.
No, I understand, and we will address it, but that's a sketch plan issue. That's a sketch plan
It is,
issue.
that's right, but we're trying to head this off prior to.
But that's not a reason to table a rezoning.
It's not a sketch plan issue because you're not required to do those things, as you already said. It's not a requirement. We can't require you to do anything. The R6 doesn't require you to do it. So that's why I would caution approving R6 without knowing what you're willing to provide to, they didn't want to approve it anyway. But I'd be cautious in approving it until I knew how the concerns were going to be addressed. We can't address them through the sketch plan. If you provide a sketch plan that meets
This
the
isn't a
setbacks.
denial. If we
No, I
deny
understand,
this,
but I
it's
just-
come back as a PUD, it's gonna prolong this, and then we're gonna put in what we feel we can reach an agreement with
Property values and
the property owner and the residents.
Still, the density is going to be there, but I'm just concerned, I don't see some of the things that we've expressed to other developers that, and they've answered those concerns.
So you're looking for where the playgrounds are going to be before we hear this again,
I'm
basically.
saying that.
There is no parking lots. There's not a subdivision in the county that has parking lots. So the on-street parking, I don't know how you address that or police that. I don't understand.
That's for you, we're not saying you got to do it. I'm just saying it may not pass that, right? If you have this density and it can create on-street parking, no, children don't have access to playgrounds efficiently.
I see 4 open areas, 2 on this side, 3 on that side.
And I don't know how big 225 acres is.
It's not 225 acres, it's 225 lots. It's 83.2 net
80
acres.
acres, yeah. 80 acres is still a lot of acres. So that's just my thoughts. I think there's some concerns that you can get with our staff,
We already have. We had a pre-app meeting with staff.
but not without concerns. So if you're listening to what Mr. Floyd saying, what I'm saying, what somebody else has, any concerns, and I'll entertain a motion to table or vote for it, or deny it. But I think based on what we try to consistently do with R6 applications that are out there right now, this does not meet what we have asked of others.
But we exceed every requirement stated in the R6 zone.
What I'm trying to say, is we're gonna be making changes.
We're changing the
Starting
R6.
now. So.
And so we don't have to-
Work together and get through this, or not.
Or you can wait
I
till it's
understand.
done.
Trying to tell you, we're not going to
No, I understand, but we were prior to y'all's moratorium deadline.
So Yeah. the R6 Well, is in so was the last place individual. today.
Just to make sure you understand, it's not a constitutional right that you can get this zoned to R6.
No, I understand.
It is a constitutional right, if we zone it tonight, that we can't make you do anything other than what R6 says. And we know R6 needs to be addressed. So it's not, there's no right for us to automatically zone this R6 without concerns being addressed that we are trying to address in our zoning policy. So we're giving you an opportunity to move forward with density, hearing our concerns and see if you can come back with some thoughts on how you want to address it. Now, the board, I can call for the board may approve it.
He's going on the old thing that we had for R6. He passed all the requirements that we had before we went with the moratorium, which we hadn't finished with that. And if he meets all the requirements that we have now on regular R6, then you cannot deny him.
Oh, we can definitely do R6. Because what was done before was a flood, yeah, we can
This is
definitely.
R6 zoning that we passed, and we've been letting people build under R6.
I think it was a PUD.
Until we came over the moratorium.
The previous phase, was it a PUD or an R6?
You can't wait on the moratorium 120 days.
We're not
We're asking
for that.
We're asking to be sensitive to the conditions and
He got
concerns.
on the whole R6 that we had. So if he passed all the requirements, and our R6 zoning that we have in place right now, then you don't have nothing to turn it down on.
I sure do.
On what?
The previous was a PUD, it was not an R6 zoning. It was a constitutional right that we have to make this an R6. And we know there's concerns.
We've okayed R6 all the way from Effingham County.
If he was a PUD before.
People are coming out in droves against it.
Do R6 with a PUD. And we already voted a few sessions ago that in a certain neighborhood in Phil's district, to not allow new zoning in a neighborhood that already has one zoning. We voted that down. This is the same situation. This is a PUD, now trying to go R6 in a different phase. It might be bigger, but it's the same exact thing. I think we need to be consistent with our decisions and what we do. We don't need to do for one what we didn't do for another. Even if it's three.
We haven't turned down any R6.
2 other parcels.
We haven't turned down any R6.
Sorry?
Follow that example.
Yeah. We did that.
You can't change the vote.
We had a development, I guess, of 10 or 11 lots. Somebody wanted to develop one in the back, split it up into a different zoning. And everybody else had bought in that with one zoning. And we're trying to do, the person was trying to do a different zoning in the back of the same neighborhood. We voted that down because we had one zoning and another zoning trying to come in on top of that neighborhood.
Phase one will be the same as phase one, as far as.
Well, I mean, it's a PUD versus an R6. We voted down because of the zoning.
Let me back up to go along with what you said. So if we were to approve this, but we tabled the sketch plan that's been submitted to rearrange possibly where the playgrounds are, is that an option? Because the lot sizes are the same. We're going to be requiring sidewalks. I agree to a point what you're saying with parking, but I still want to figure out a way. I don't like cars parked on the streets because it's an impairment for EMS or fire or anybody else. Those cars need to be parked on individual property if possible. But I do agree that, maybe a playground here, a playground, I don't know. But we did approve, we could table the sketch plan until we get those things.
And I'm agreeable to that. Those are sketch plan items, not zoning items in my book. So here the zoning tonight, we approve it. I'd still like to discuss it. I mean, I wish we'd have discussed it before tonight. I mean, because we submitted it in August. I wish we could
Well,
have.
that's why we're doing the review of our whole zoning, so you won't have this issue. There's going to be some tension in the meantime for the next.
But like I said, if there was an issue of the location of the playground or what was going to be on the playground, there's going to be parking in the dog park. Dog park's going to be in accordance with y'all's ordinance, and there'll be some parking at the pavilion, basketball court, fire pit, grill station area.
Yeah, I'm not satisfied the green space is sufficient, but this board is, they can move forward to approve it.
But it's in excess of the required 20%.
It's in excess by 7 acres more than required by your R6 zone.
I get that, we don't know what it's gonna be when we get back.
No, you will. It's right there.
Zoning regulations.
You're about to approve it next. Yeah, it's right there. 23 acres.
20% green space, and he's got that. That's all he needs, but he's over that.
Bill, any input? You disagreed with
No, my concern, I think really my concern probably is a sketch plan.
Yeah, that's, I mean, at this point, I'm beginning to feel more it is a sketch plan, because this was going to, as I said, going to be a neighborhood. If the lot sizes are consistent with phase 1,
Correct.
There's less lots than the original plan from years ago?
In this
particular phase.
Total for phase 1 and phase 2.
In this particular phase, it's not less lots. It's more lots in this particular phase, I believe.
I'd have to go back and pull.
I'm pretty sure it's a little denser because they didn't do all the lots in the other phase. I'm pretty sure this is a little denser than it was in the original, in this section right here. I'd like that question answered.
If approved, how much control do we have in the sketch plan? Would it be the next step being, listen, this complies with your R6, this is the way we want to do it? Do we have an option at that point to say, no, we don't like it quite like this, we want to make some changes?
If you're just wanting to change location, if you're just wanting to change location to better centralize certain playgrounds throughout that, I think that's can be accommodated.
I don't believe it can be accommodated is the right word.
To make it more than the 20% or more than what we're offering, I don't think that's acceptable.
Well, I think your concern is if we approve it, then if we go by the book, then you can kind of do what you want to do. We want to be sure that those concerns are addressed.
I feel like we're more than willing to work. We've already worked with Eric and Teresa to revise the original layout we did to get to this point, which I told you was about 15 lots less than what we originally planned. We increased the open space, so working with y'all, if y'all want to table the sketch plan, vote on the zoning, I think the developer and myself are more than willing to do that.
So here's probably where we are, and correct me if I'm wrong. If the board tonight is in agreement that they have enough green space, I am not, but if you are as a board, then it just really becomes a question of, and you believe that they will put playgrounds where you would like them to put in the sketch plan, then what would you can provide a motion to approve the zone. If you want to send it back to them to look at some additional green space, give us a sketch plan of where it might look, not definite, but what it would look like if you put playgrounds in different areas and how you make it more, ensure that there's plenty of parking and maybe some off-street parking. Like I say, in my daughter's neighborhood, it's houses, but they have off-street parking. Around, they have a playground area and around it's some off-street parking for those cars to do. These are concerns I have, I continue to have them until we get a report back from R6. If that's a concern for you, if you want to make a motion to table it. That's your two options. I'm suggesting move on one.
I'm just saying, if you understand that if you come back with a sketch plan that we don't agree with, until we get what we're looking for.
I'm not going to leave y'all until y'all agree. Right.
That's on you, because once this deal's done, it's not the landowner, it's you and your developer.
Can you stipulate anything at this stage?
We can't.
What'd he say?
They can offer.
You could add a stipulation to the rezoning.
I think, well, I don't know if you do a condition. I know in the past, we've had some issues where conditions actually stick to something, but I don't think it's a situation where.
Not to a permitted use, I don't think.
Put a condition on this.
You can put conditions on permitted use?
Yeah, I mean, if it's related to the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens, we've done it before.
Give me an example of what you're talking about. We can't put additional green space in it.
I would want to stay consistent with what you've done in the past or up to this point.
I don't remember doing that.
Well, I know there's an industrial property that we did conditional.
Oh, it does, I can see that, but I'm not doing it for residential.
Yeah, I mean, the question was whether you could do it or not. I whether you want to do it.
I'm glad you clarified that, because I couldn't remember residential. So
In your experience, sketch plan approval in other jurisdictions, is that a staff level or a board approval item?
Both. Some depending on what it is.
That's
Some,
what I mean.
Most sketch plans are for commercial type developments. Some places
I know
have
that's
both.
another subject.
Some places have both, yes.
That's what I say, it's sketchy.
If you want to table, I mean, I'll support you, because I've always taken the stance, somebody wants some more time for more information, it's fine, but just my personal opinion, I think since they have applied under the zoning, they checked all the boxes, I think we're on a slippery slope right here, and I think the integrity of the individuals that we're dealing with, I feel confident that they'll work with us on the sketch plan.
Well, that's where I'm at. I know every individual involved in this, and this ain't the last time you're up here.
Yeah, we'll see these guys.
And I still think we can have some control at the sketch plan level to get what we were concerned with.
Is there a consensus of what we're wanting to get out of it?
Yeah, I think you're hearing what we're
I
trying
mean,
to say.
staff has no
Playgrounds and
That's
off-street
all we're
parking.
looking for is a consensus of what we're trying to do to make sure the quality of the area continues to improve our county.
You'd like to see more detail and better location of open space playgrounds and some type of off-street parking at these public
That's all we're looking for,
spaces.
nicer neighborhoods.
Right.
better
We
places
can
to
work
live
with
for
you
everybody. That's
on that
our
sketch
goal.
plan.
Would there be
I
an
feel
HOA
so.
with this, Mr. Doug?
Yes, we can work with you on that, no problem at all.
Would there be an HOA with this?
I don't know if you know, Dave, do you know who's going to, is there a homeowner association? Not yet, we don't know who the home builder is. Yes, I'm sure there would be a homeowner
Lee,
association.
is it your opinion that we can actually at the sketch plan level put some things that may not be required by the zoning if we can justify the safety of the children in that area?
I mean, it would all depend. Are we just talking about moving the proposed area of the green space as compared to increasing the size of the green space? I don't believe you're going to do that at a sketch plan level.
But we can move it, and we can move it around, like they got, maybe 10 acres in one area, we say we need 3 acres over here, so you have a lot of 2 acres of playground,
Parking and playground.
put some parking around it for off-street parking.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to require that. We definitely need to discuss that, but it all goes into their development plan. That's how you're directing them how to develop the property.
Which is based off of the approved sketch plan. If we make changes to a sketch plan, normally, if I go in there and move roads and add lots, take away lots, I have to come back and get y'all to reapprove that. So if we can move forward with the zoning, work with y'all on the sketch plan, I think we can come to an agreement, feel certain.
Just know, ironically, we have a sketch plan request tonight on an item that was recommended for denial from planning board, that
I can't.
that comply, you know, I mean.
I can't think past this one yet.
Now, I'm still, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion, but I'll say this, I'm always for you hearing our concerns, addressing them prior to a vote, but I'll certainly let the board make the motion, that you want to make a motion to approve or table. I think we have enough discussion, we'll entertain a motion.
For me, I'd like to see the table, you gotta do what you want. It's gonna be hard to do the sketch plan.
Let me ask you this, as the owner or the property owner, how detrimental is it to you if we table this for 2 weeks?
Remember, I'll take this board, it's against the
Because this is his property, it's his right to ask for this, and I do want to know how it impacts him as a property owner.
So I got a contract on another house that expires on the 28th
It expires on the 28th,
of October.
we meet on the 16th. Oh, no, that's.
2 weeks is beyond that.
Yeah.
So it expires next week. So if it gets delayed, there's a chance that my contract will fall through on my other property that, because the closing for this is dependent on this, and then it's next week on Monday. And then the closing for that is following, gotta be done by Thursday. So I can't tell you what the homeowners that I have the contract with is gonna say when I tell them it's delayed 2 weeks.
This is my gut feeling. I believe we can come to a consensus during the sketch plan. I want to make a motion that we approve this with planning board and staff recommendations with the understanding we will work towards resolving this green space issue during the sketch plan phase.
So,
You have a motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Deloach. Did you get that? Did you repeat it?
No, please repeat it.
Could you repeat that for us, please?
I'll make a motion that we approve the planning board and staff recommendations, but however, we will address these green space issues during the sketch plan phase.
And the second was?
Mr. Deloach.
Thank you.
Okay, have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Thank you.
Mr. Burdette. Okay. Now,
Thank you.
did I hear any condition with that, addressing with the sketch plan, or can we move forward to the second reading? Because the motion was that we address the green space and other items with the sketch plan.
It is a condition on the rezoning, so technically, yes, there's second reading.
we're back.
Either way.
So we're going to do the first reading tonight, we'll do the second reading in 2 weeks. Okay? We are clear?
Either way, it's.
Is that right? Is that right, Lee?
Okay?
That will,
All right.
I mean, they're probably not gonna, what are they gonna do with the sketch plan?
There's not a condition attached to the zoning, it's attached to the sketch plan, so I didn't understand why the second reading.
That's what I'm asking, is this a condition?
No, this is a condition of zoning, it's a condition of the sketch plan.
So you don't want to call it a condition?
Right.
Because if he's saying that, it's a condition of the rezoning.
Gotcha.
He's
That's
saying
what I didn't
that-
understand.
Whatever he said in his motion.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah.
It's part of his motion of the
So
rezoning.
you can reconsider your motion if you would like, and
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to hold up we're gonna, I'm for the zoning, it's just I want to address these other issues during the sketch plan.
During the sketch plan.
phase.
but is the
Well,
sketch plan,
How can I phrase
Let
that?
me phrase it for you, you take this up. You would like for us to address the other issues with the sketch plan, but for now, you're making a motion to approve planning board and staff recommendations.
Correct.
So what you're gonna wanna do is not say that at all, because there's gonna be content in the minutes that reference your discussion about what you wanna see in
I
the
don't think you
sketch
follow what I did. I just made a statement, he wanted to make
Right.
sure that the board knew. Then the motion was. There wasn't a motion with that.
Correct.
So he's making a statement that he wants him to consider for the board to look at addressing our concerns in the sketch plan. With that said, you're making a motion just to approve the planning board and staff recommendations
For the rezoning.
for the zoning.
I'll make those comments in the next part when we get to the sketch plan.
are you gonna hear the sketch plan tonight, or are you gonna move that?
I will move that. When we
Okay.
get to that,
But we'll get to that, we'll get to that.
Right, but you need to ask Mr. Larson if that would affect his closing, because he's not gonna have. The zoning's gonna be rezoned, but
You don't have to rezone it.
either way, it's gonna look like it's gonna be, we can get the rezoning, we can't, we won't get the sketch plan approved tonight.
Could it close just with the rezoning?
And that's fine, yes. If the property can get rezoned, they can move forward with their closing. Yes.
Quick question I'm trying to have. You review the sketch plan at the next meeting, that would not hinder your closing. Right?
The sketch plan does not hinder the closing, it's the property being rezoned.
Okay.
As long as the property is rezoned, they can move forward with their closing and we will work out the sketch plan with y'all.
During the sketch plan review. And your motion therefore, not including that, is,
My motion is the staff and planning board recommendations to rezone this property.
okay, that's the motion. You understand that's the second, Mr. Stewart? Second's approved. So we reassess the vote. All in favor of that motion, say aye. All opposed, no?
No.
Okay, it's the same vote and it gets rid of the first one. Okay? All right. So we'll do the second reading. Consideration to approve the second reading of application by Dave Burns as agent for Michael Larson to rezone 83.29 acres located at 780 Middle C. Conley Road from AR1 to AR6 for the development of 225 lots, lot residential subdivision, that number 3252, parcel number 58 in the first district. Motion to approve the second reading.
Make the motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion Mr. Floyd, second Mr. Loper to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. All ayes, but Mr. Corey, that was a no. Okay? So we move to the sketch plan. And we have a motion to table that sketch plan to the, is it November 5th meeting?
November 2nd.
November 2nd.
Second, it's time for them to make any changes.
Yeah, you just let me know when, get with Teresa or Aaron.
It's 2 weeks.
Contact me.
November 2nd, 2 weeks.
We'll get with y'all as soon as you can.
Okay. You didn't address all the things you heard tonight, as Mr. Floyd asked in
Yes,
the
sir.
sketch plan.
Come up here and meet with all.
All right, so motion, do I have a motion to table it November 2nd?
That question's changed, sketch.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Why don't we have a workshop for one of the meetings where we're all involved and use this kind of as a process going forward with working on our zonings?
I think that's a good idea because really it doesn't give you, you don't have 2 weeks. You have until Thursday. That's when the agenda material is due for the November 2nd meeting. So it may be better for you to.
Could we come early to this November 2nd meeting for a workshop? Would y'all like to participate and come with some ideas on how to address these things? We'll be there, and then the following meeting, we can approve the sketch plan.
Well, we'll have to meet it, so the deadline for the November 2nd. We're all going to table to the November 2nd, as long as we work it out between now and the 2nd.
But if you're making some changes.
You want to do it, y'all can go there.
No, I see what.
I didn't hear you say.
I was trying to do that for us more than y'all, you know. Trying to, we got a lot to figure out.
So to meet with y'all before the meeting on the 2nd,
Mr. Keefer, go back to my council. I couldn't hear what you were saying. So Mr. Keefer saying we could do this, you could come with some ideas, I can give you the staff, we could all get involved. We need a workshop anyway. And we could do this maybe on the 2nd.
Sure, and what I'm hearing is that it's simply, this will automatically be carried over or rescheduled to the next meeting if we table it. We can meet in the meantime, not worry about the Thursday agenda because it will already be on there. We'll come up with some ideas so that when Mr. Morgan comes to the meeting, the workshop meeting, he has some stuff that he can show you.
we can show you.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That workshop can be the same.
Prior
next
to?
week, prior to our next meeting.
Yeah.
And then we may put the sketch plan on that agenda, or we can do it 2 weeks later.
Now, I don't think, I mean, could they amend it with a, and replace it with a, I mean, as long as it's similar?
So, yeah, the matter is the material, so it has to be published, right? If
Right.
there's gonna be any changes, I understand it's being postponed to the November 2nd meeting, but if there's gonna be any changes in material that's going to be published or should be published, then we'll need that by the deadline. So your idea to have a workshop and then put it on the next agenda for your vote, you would have seen it, you'll know what's going on.
I think that would be easier.
I think we're going to do a workshop, but that needs to be based just on this property.
I agree.
In general, I think we need to go ahead and work with these folks and get them on the next agenda.
Because the only change, there would not be any more lots, I probably guarantee. It'll be more playgrounds.
Show me your detail of your green space.
It would be more green space, maybe less lots. That would be the only change. There will not be an increase in lots.
I'm just trying to get some free consulting services.
We still need a workshop.
This revision.
I'm going to entertain a motion to table this to November 2nd, so we can get with our staff.
Make a motion to table November 2nd.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Burdette, to table to November 2nd. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Any carries. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 7, November sketch plan. Item number 8. Planning Board recommends approving application by New Horizon Development Company, LLC, as agent for Clay Weaver and Andrea McCallum to rezone 36.83 acres located off of Nelson Common Road from AR1 to R6 to allow for the development of the 53 lot expansion to Effingham Palace, Plantation, map number 375, parcel number 50, second district.
So this parcel, as you see, is, we've got East Road there just as a note because it's actually served by an easement from East Road, but obviously it's joined to Buckingham Plantation, will be served by their interior road, so just a note on that. The request is to rezone it to R6, and the main criteria that we look at is if public water sewer service is available, and it is currently in Effingham Plantation, so this would be an extension of that, and thus it meets that requirement. Phase 1 is zoned R1, Phase 2 of Buckingham Plantation was zoned as a planned development. This proposed Phase 3 is proposed to be an R6, and as we just discussed, R6 and what we've seen in plan development are fairly similar. It does seem that R6 kind of grew out of what was happening with plan developments in the earlier part, in the last 15 years or so. So these lots are meeting the R6 requirements. They do meet the 20% minimum green space requirement as well. And we can discuss that in the sketch plan submittal, which is next, so I can jump ahead to that. They are proposing 7.51 acres of open space, which is a little over 20% of the total acreage, and that includes 1.14 acres of wetlands, and that they're limited to no more than 10% of that in the open space, and then 1.39 acres of ponds, and that can be no more than 50% of the open space. There'll be 1.03 acres of that is buffers, and 3.95 acres is common open space. So the engineer is here and he can discuss it in more detail, but as we just went through, this is the rezoning portion of the two-part application for this, and it is to R6. I have some information on the number of lots, and I'll go over that. Phase 1 was rezoned to R1 in 2006. There are 81 lots in Phase 1. Phase 2 is rezoned to planned development. 150 total lots were approved, and that was done in 2009. The plan development actually did include townhomes, but they haven't been built out in Phase 2. It just went from they built single-family residential, and there was a change of ownership, and that may have affected what got built. The conditions for, the conditions for the PD approval, once I did the research, I discovered that there did include a requirement stipulated in the zoning map amendment to add access points to adjacent parcels on the north, south, and east property boundaries. That actually didn't happen, and as the property is developed over time, so this is Phase 2, it would have, depending on the ownership here and how they developed it, it might not have been possible to step out into them. This acreage here, though, as we'll see in another slide, is still technically available for development. The owner may have other ideas, but we are requiring a stub out to that parcel, and that has been included in the sketch plan. And actually, when we met the engineer, we did talk about a stub out here to the north, but that property to the north is heavily wetlands, and so it may not be fruitful to assume that would be developed. And in fact, we have building permit applications in for 2 homes. That's AR1, and so 2 homes are allowed. We actually have building permit applications in right now that we're not moving on because we're waiting on the wetlands delineation. So the current owner wishes to build 2 homes for family members and not develop it as a subdivision. As you see, there is pretty extensive wetlands, so we can't even move forward with a 2-home building permit application until we get more information on the wetlands. So requiring a step out there might not be something we can pursue. We did have a sketch plan pre-application meeting, and we did discuss and we did discuss a variety of other topics. But the basic criteria have been met. The water sewer availability and the green space requirement has been met, and the proposed step out is actually as well. So the proposed access for this to Highway 30 is through the single entrance onto Highway 30 that's shown here. So they are proposing to just add this at the back and access Highway 30. If though the step up here did ever, met up with, if the parcel on this side ever did get developed, there would be step up, and they would be required to connect, so there would be an additional access to Highway 30 from that parcel. So that's the idea of adding these step outs, is that as adjacent parcels develop, that they can create connectivity and improve interior circulation.
How many lots in phase two?
Phase two was proposed for 150 lots. And
And are any of those built? Any of those built?
phase two is under construction now. Phase 2A came through for final plat approval in the last year or so. And I believe they're working on land clearing for where's phase 2B?
Phase 2B is working on plat for it to get approval.
They come
Phase
back
2.
from-
Right. So phase 2B, I guess we're very close to a final plat. Phase 2C.
2C is being cleared.
So phase 2 is at all three stages. It's currently, house is under construction in part, house is, lots about to be approved in another part, and then land clearing actually happening in the third part. So they're working their way towards the back where this proposed phase 3 will be added to the road, added to the network.
Is there an XL, decel lane in front of that subdivision now?
Yes, sir. It's a full DOT SLD cell.
I couldn't remember.
It's commercial, D3,
Okay. All right, we'll open a public hearing. Anyone speaking for this rezoning request?
My name is J.C. Helmy. I'm with EMC Engineering on behalf of Horizon Home Builders. We're submitting for rezoning of this. We meet the R6 requirements. We have allowed access from the main road to all the open space, so they can be utilized for playing and such. They're not blocked off. You can access them. There will be a sidewalk around the subdivision, so you can access the open spaces from the sidewalk without getting on the road.
Are there any recreational areas in this?
Not designated right now. They're just open space.
Are there
That
any
can't be.
recreational areas in phase 2?
No, sir.
And this is one, because of the wetlands, the actual density of the whole acreage will not be as much. I see 53 lots on almost 37 acres, which is like 1.3 houses per
Yes, sir.
surface area, but it is density for the land that's available.
And the owner he did not want to go to minimum R6. He did go a 70-foot wide lot instead of a 60 on these to try to mimic more of what
70 by
105 minimum, but there's a lot that's larger than that just because of the way the wetlands and the site laid out.
Okay. Anything else you want to say before I ask for anybody who's in opposition? Okay, anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning? You come state your name and what you're specifically saying.
I'm Susie Thurman. I hate to interrupt. We can't see the pointer when you're pointing from behind, so I have no idea what you were saying. When you were pointing up there before, we could tell. Yeah, but we couldn't. That was why I was trying to interrupt. My concern, again, is the same as my husband's. This is not what was designed in the original phase of this subdivision. You're putting way too many houses in too small of an area. Our hospital can't accommodate who we have now. How are you expanding the fire service for these people? We don't have the infrastructure to continue to approve these many homes. We just don't. And I understand that the infrastructure is a long way off and that y'all didn't expect this to happen. And we get it. And we are the new people who saw it was coming anyway. But we thought that there was more proactive about providing for the people who were coming before they came. And so we would appreciate it if y'all would really take that more into account, providing for the people who you know are coming, instead of just trying to get the people in here and provide for them later. Thank you so much. Susie Thurman, Thurmond.
Thank you. Anyone else not speaking objection to this?
Tim Hutchings, and it's more of a site plan. I guess we need to redirect because it's obvious it's coming, so I think the better tact is to try to negotiate a little bit on maybe how to make it I guess, a little bit more appealing to the county or to the residents. And in this one, I know there are a whole bunch of letters from the original Phase 1 Buckingham residents that are in file from the other zoning request. I think you'll hear speaking to the disdain that, you know, you're sold on, here's how this neighborhood's going to be. And if you look at Phase 1 of this neighborhood, the beginning of this neighborhood, it's third of an acre plus lots on custom style homes. It's a very nice neighborhood. That's what kind of the people were sold on. And as you work back through this neighborhood, lots get smaller and smaller, houses get closer and closer together to, you know, you get to quarter acre lots, less than a quarter, and now we get back in here where we're talking like 0.16 acre lots with houses 15 feet apart. It really doesn't fit the character of what the intent for this neighborhood was. Going back to the prior request, I think it was brought up about consistency with the original phase and being consistent with that. And I think if this phase was consistent with the original intent of Buckingham, then it would probably be a lot more palatable to the residents of the area, to the residents of Effingham County. Get back to kind of, I think it sounds like you guys are trying to get to with the moratorium and the adjustments. And I think in here you've got some precedent in this instance. I mean, this will be the third different zoning type, and the original development was presented this way, to where you are trying to get a little bit larger lots, a little bit more space, make it a little bit nicer, and this eliminates the parking issue. I mean, the parking issue is because of the small lots. Just the driveways aren't long enough to fit enough cars in. Put a little bit of bigger lot in, you've got enough room to get cars in the driveway. Because we all know, no matter what anybody says, the cars are going to park in the road. And Effingham County does not have the resources to go out and regulate parking in the road in these neighborhoods like Belmont Glen and all these others where the roads aren't wide enough, one for fire code, or two, they don't even meet the county ordinance for parking on the side of the road. We just don't have the resources to enforce it. So it's easier to do it on the front end, which again, it sounds like you're getting there with this moratorium and you understand it. But I think this is a case where you do have precedent to where you could request some adjustments to make it match the original phase, the original presentation and intent of this development.
Good evening, my name is Glenda Bailey, and I reside at the very entrance of Buckingham Plantation. At the beginning, we were promised a pool, a recreation center, this and that. We got none of that. What our kids play on is a retention pond. That's all they have in there. At the beginning is a retention pond to throw their little rod and reel, but there's nothing for these kids there. I see nothing in the planning for children there, like you were asking the other people. I also see that I mean, the off-street parking, we have a tremendous parking issue. I have it myself. I've had messages from Vera Jones to please move my vehicle off of her property. That I wasn't going to park in the street, but off the road. So we have issues there. So please, y'all consider getting these children something to do in this neighborhood.
Very good, thank you.
And I'm the husband of Stephen Bailey. How y'all doing?
Good.
I'm glad you care about the kids because we don't have not one park in this neighborhood, not one. Bunch of kids, we love it. All the older people live at the front of the road. Dennis Jones built my house. He builds a hell of a house. But then you had Mongo Homes coming there and just start throwing homes. You got Horizon coming there and start throwing up homes. It was started off as a good neighborhood. We were just lied to about a swimming pool, a community center, parks for the kids. Which all my kids are grown. They went to school with Forest kids and all that, so I'm up in age now. But other kids, I got a niece that lives in that neighborhood, and all the kids, they only have this play in the street. And this is supposed to be one of the nicest neighborhoods in Effingham County, if y'all remember that. And to me, I'm happy still living there, but we do need to stop some of this stuff. Start caring about the kids.
So you're looking for more opportunities for recreation area for the kids?
Oh, lots of stuff. Everything we were promised, we never got nothing.
I can't address the past. I don't know.
Oh, I know. But I sure don't want no condominiums coming up there because I live at 301, so if you see where 301 is, the condominiums be coming right to my property.
Your concern is not so much the density.
First house on the left.
Is the recreational provision for the
Yep.
Okay.
My best friend lives right across the road. He's the nephew of the family.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else speaking in opposition?
I have to speak now. Period.
Okay.
Vera Jones?
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to put me on, don't put me on the record as opposition for, but just answering basically where people are saying that they've been lied to. First and foremost, if they can find any document in which we promise them a pool or a community center, we'll build it. give me that documentation.
Your word's not as good?
Oh, my word is good. My word, and that, I'm not gonna argue, I'm not gonna argue with you. So in short, I won't. In short,
She wants to dress us, put her dress her back.
I'm sorry. So let me just give a history lesson about that particular community. Originally, some people came for the zoning and complained that they were worried about traffic on Highway 30. So our zoning request was turned down, so we had to wait 6 months for another one. At that time, I'm probably one of the only people in this room that has the skin in the game that I have in paying for DOT studies of hundreds of pages of the amount of traffic that Highway 30 can handle for that particular project and so forth and so on. I might jump around a little bit because I left my notes back there, but over 100 pages, and we were required to put ingress and egress going into that subdivision of a certain length on a state highway, thousands of dollars, so that it could take hundreds of homes in there and the 2 different pieces of commercial property that are on the front of each. What we have done is everything we've said, and what we haven't done is nothing we haven't said. And what I mean by that is, we got a PUD approved in 2009, and that PUD allowed for something like, I don't know, 240 houses. But as you do know, changes can be made. And what we were attempting to do back at the time, and I at least appreciate the comment that Dennis Jones built a hell of a house, because Dennis Jones' reputation is impeccable, not just for houses, but for subdivisions. We've built some of the best subdivisions in this community. And this happened to be a large one in which the economy tanked. So what we did personally at that time was sold our personal home to carry the subdivision rather than bailing out and filing bankruptcy and letting the banks take the lots. And those people would have lost their investment in an unbelievable way. We began to sell lots to ourselves one at a time for $45,000 when lots all over Effingham County were selling for $5,000 because the banks were taking them. There was a period of a year or 2 years, and it will be a matter of public record, that the lots in Effingham, in Buckingham, were the highest lot sales in all of the county, and that's because we were selling them to ourselves one at a time with the proceeds from our personal home to carry the subdivision so that we could maintain our word and our integrity and that community, and also not that we're just good people, but I believe we are, but also our own personal investment, that rather than bail out, file bankruptcy, and keep my house, we decided to go into it for the long haul and the long road, and it took us 10 years or more to get to where we are today. And it was a long, hard road. And the people that are angry over, they bought into a subdivision that did not have a pool, it did not have a community center, it didn't have any of the things, and they're saying verbally that we said that. We never said that. We never, ever said it. Not one time.
Mr. Johnson, let me say this to you.
Yeah.
Having served with you, I know your integrity is not on trial here today. You don't have to defend it with this board. What we're really looking at is, do we, in this R6 zoning request, does the board want to approve it, or they want to look at some?
Correct. I'm sorry. I was just called a liar 2 or 3 different times, and I just couldn't sit still for that. So,
not buying on this board. We know the integrity of Ms. Jones.
Yeah.
We've served with you. We've seen what you do.
I just wanted to at least say that much with regard to the subdivision and where we are, how we are here today. And additionally, as far as this part goes, it's being added on to, when we did sell out to other developers, we had all types of offers to us about larger developers that wanted to build smaller houses, but we refused to sell to those, and we only sold to the developers that we thought would do the very best possible other than ourselves. And we did not allow smaller square footage, and it took us many years longer to get those properties sold to try to help maintain the value of these properties. And I am very saddened that they don't recognize
I have a
that.
question for you right here, and maybe it's for the developer. Are the square footage of these houses going to be comparable to the square footage of the houses that were built in the first 2 phases?
Yes, sir. The developer who's developing phase 2 is also going to be the developer that's going to be developing this, and the houses are going to be the same houses,
What's the
just on the smaller
lot
one.
sizes in phase 2 in this one?
90 and 70. 90 for the phase 2 and 70 for this one. 70 minimum for this one. But the houses will be the same houses that are going up in phase 2B and 2C, and that are in 2A.
$90 or the other ones?
I think they're a little longer. think, but don't hold me to that, I don't have it.
Linda Bailey again, yeah, I wanted to state for the record that I did spend the money for the $45,000 when they were selling them for less for the amenities that we were promised. So I hope that for this future development, that y'all may come do something for the children. Our kids play in a retention pond, it's not acceptable.
Well, I hear you on that. Is there any other opposition, any new information that you want to offer in opposition? If you just agree with the previous, you can say I have the same concerns. Because we have a long hearing tonight.
Hey, good evening. My name is Robert Lamb. I've been a resident of Buckingham Plantation for 10 years. The 2 years prior to that, we did rent in South Effingham. We had just moved here. So I'm going to speak just a couple of quick points to the population density just because I think it needs to be heard. I work day shift, so when I get off, back then, Highway 21 and 95 was not the reverse diamond, so avoided that way like the plague. We would typically, most all my neighbors would go into the airport via Highway 17 to 80 and go through Bloomingdale and all that. So I've been driving that route for many years, and I'm going to try to be brief, okay? But I can tell you, in talking about the previous long discussion that was the first item, I used to sit in traffic about 5 minutes at 3:30ish because they shifted the school hours to where the kids take in, I think at 8. It used to be earlier. So the school traffic was gone by the time the rush hour really hit for people, the commuters going home. I started learning as the population started growing over those last 10 years. It was up until about 5 years ago, it would take about 5 to 7 minutes because you got 2 deputies at work. One in front of the middle school, one in front of the high school. And I don't want to get off the subject, I'm going to make it quick. It used to take about 5 minutes to get through. You know, they let the cars in for the car riders, they come out, they let traffic go on through the 30. Now it's a 10 to 15 minute ordeal because the school time release on the front end of rush hour. So that's just one thing to consider, okay guys? I don't want to get off subject. There's one item that I want to bring up with this, and I know it's a sketch. So if it's a sketch, it could change. So as you guys are seeing the sketch, it could be a few more houses, a few less houses. It could change because it's a sketch. It's nothing in stone. So looking forward, okay, that looks good. But in retrospect, that could change. Okay, so that's another point, that a sketch is simply a sketch. It's not in stone until they start moving dirt.
No, it's in stone when we approve it.
Well, it hasn't been approved yet, you're just voting to approve it. Okay, I get that point. Now, I want to bring up one more quick item because I know you guys have a lot to get through tonight. And it's something that no one else in here has brought up. And it's got to do with the way the post office changed their rules for residential. You guys may be aware of this, but for the people that live in Phase 1 of Buckingham, and I've been there, the Joneses finished our house just a few months after theirs, so I've been there since the beginning of 12, okay? So 10 years ago, we were almost done with our home, and it's a beautiful home, don't get me wrong. But the post office changed their code. So a few years ago, when they added in Phase 2, the first phase has about 80-ish houses in it, okay? And we were verbally promised a pool and a pavilion. There's many people in the neighborhood can speak that, and I'm not trying to point anybody out and point any names. But let's get past that, okay? Let's get past that. I just want to put that on the record. So there's no green space in our neighborhood. They had to redo it when they added in Phase 2. The neighborhood plan changed as to what the residents of Phase 1 were told, okay? The one thing that I want to point out is when that changed, the postal code changed. So now there's a set of community mailboxes at the front on the main road in, right by the gate as you would come in. And I call it a gate, it's not a gate, it's just a... But now, you're going to say this is 295 to 300 houses when it's built out, is what I'm getting. Does anyone have that number? So I want the board to consider this. You're talking 300 houses, just round number, okay? That 80 of them check their mail at their mailbox at their front door. The other 220 residents are going to be stopping to check their mail on the main route in and out on that narrow road. So now you're gonna have an egress problem, and I wanted that to be brought up for the future neighborhoods, because the postal code is what it is. So not only do you have the traffic that you would normally have, you now have a cluster of people at peak times stopping to get their mail and get their packages.
Are you saying phase 2 doesn't have any mailboxes at each house?
They have mailboxes at the house, but they do not deliver the mail to the mailboxes. They have cluster mailboxes up front where the proposed townhomes are supposed to go. And there's also a commercial business, several commercial businesses across the front of this neighborhood. So I'm not trying to take away from what they have planned in phase 3, but I want it to be noted that there is absolutely no green space in this neighborhood, okay? Because phase 2 is already dirt's turning. That's done. But that's what I wanted to bring up, is about the mailboxes, and that you guys are not aware that the rules have changed, that you have the cluster mailboxes, and there's nowhere for people to park, so people pull half on the road, so you might as well consider them parking on the street.
Okay.
So if you've got rush hour, you've got people coming in and out with nowhere to go.
A question for the developer. You have a question?
No, so that was a good point.
That was good information. So if there's cluster mailboxes for phase 2, what's the plan for phase 3?
They're going to be added to the same cluster.
Same area?
Same area.
Would the sketch plan include some additional parking and adequate whatever we need? Because you got 300 people trying to get their mail in. And after you get all work, that could be a real nightmare.
Yeah, I was trying to see. It's not, there's plenty of room in that cluster for the amount of mailboxes for this.
How about parking? Where do people pull to do that? Because they can't go home and park and walk back up there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the existing, I have it drawn here, but I'm not sure if the existing has existing parking.
How many total homes?
Sir?
How many total homes will there be?
Total? It's going to be right around 300.
Yeah, that's 600 cars. And first phase is 80 something.
Yes, sir, 81.
So 220 people coming home trying to check their mail in the same spot in the afternoon.
And that's how all the subdivisions are. Every one we do all have mail kiosks right up front of the subdivision.
Well, the first phase they have their own mailbox.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir.
How many homes in first phase 1?
81.
81. So about 220 homes trying to do a cluster mailbox.
And listen, getting them set back to the lot size, a 20-foot difference in less than the prior phase.
And length, or width.
20 foot.
And width it is, yes, sir. The house size is going to be the same.
Okay. We'll have more discussion on the board in just a minute. Anyone else speak in opposition, please?
Just a quick
If you
question.
got something new, we have.
It is new, it's new. I think you mentioned you can't count wetlands in the green space, and I think the wetlands can't be more than 10% of the green space.
I don't know what it is, I just don't.
Yeah, I think that's what they said, and I think there's 7 acres of green space, and there's 1 point something acres of wetlands, which is more than 10% of the green space. So I don't believe it's, I think that's what you read.
It is.
Just to clarify on that point, just because green space is obviously.
We'll clarify some points with the bid commission. We just want to know the objections of the constituents.
Tim Pajari, too, I'm a resident here. I was a resident since 2012. I want to also address, Vera didn't tell me that we were going to get a pool. I only saw her twice, once in passing when talking with Mr. Jones and at closing. However, Mr. Jones told me 85 homes will sustain a pool. 85 homes will have the clubhouse. That never happened.
All right, we've heard that, but that's not the
Peace.
issue tonight.
I was just making it clear that
We don't
she never
need that
told
clear,
me.
because
Anyway,
it's into our thinking tonight at all.
to go with the mailboxes, have you seen, I know, rain or shine, they deliver the mail. There's no cover on those things.
Okay.
And the lighting is really bad too, when it works.
Very good. Anyone with anything new or different in opposition, they'd like to say tonight? Okay, I'm going to close this public hearing and give the board a chance to ask some questions of the developer and have some discussion on ourselves. I want to be a little, get clarifying the actual uplands of green space in this potential approval. And what's the uplands where kids could actually play, they could play around? What's the actual uplands? Not wetlands, but
Okay, so the green space the green space is 20% is required, and that would be, for this acres, that would be 7.37. What they're providing is 7.5, I think that's a 5, it's a really small type. I have larger, I can't blow it up more. The wetlands that exist is 11.36 acres, so they can count 10% of that, and they do, and that would be 1.14. The ponds take up 2.75 acres, and they can count half of that, so they're counting 1.39 towards the green space.
2.4%, 2.4 acres of the 7 acres.
About 5 acres.
About 5 acres of upland. Okay, fine. And that's 5 out of just some more.
No, well, there's a little more. So there's buffer, there's a 15-foot buffer around the perimeter, and that's being counted as a green space. And then the common area, 3.05.
It's 9.5.
9.5?
Yes, ma'am.
So we might have 3 acres of possible recreational if you can put buffers.
No, sir. No,
I can't do that calculation.
It's 5 acres. It's total we have 7.51.
Around it, she said.
Yes, sir.
Part of the green space. Well, that's not play area.
Okay, we have 4 acres of common area of our 7.5.
4 acres of common area, they're all uplands.
Yes, sir.
Well, I have the same concerns that I expressed earlier. I want the board to do that. That sounds like because of the total acreage that you're doing here, with all the wetlands, there's lots of green area. That's not the bigger concern for me on this one. Again, it's going to be the safety of our children, where they're going to play, where they're going to park.
Yes, sir. We have.
There is a concern about the postal as you come in, having 220 cars in one area. I think you have to look at how you provide at least 8 or 10 places where people can pull off. I think maybe some number we want, so people can check the mail, get back in the car and go, and it doesn't jam up. I'm not familiar with the parking on the street. These are certainly my concerns. And that we need some recreational areas where people can gather so kids are not playing in the street.
Yes, sir. There's a
density, you don't have yard, you have only one choice, and that's the street or the driveway, and other people's yards. So you gotta have recreational.
Right, there's a good amount of, as you see at the curve, there's a good amount there.
Take the, and show us where the green space for the kids would be.
Yeah, right here, there's a large area of open space that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's open. Yes, sir.
Is there an HOA?
There is. Well, it's not clear if it's going to be added to the existing Buckingham or it's going to be its own, but there will be one. There's there, and I made sure to put the open space so you can actually access it. Like right here, I have an access that you can get in, and whether you want to come down here or you want to walk here as well. Here's a large area as well here, and also accessible here, a large area down here. Which comparative to the.
These are groomed areas where it can be picnic tables, perhaps put maybe a pavilion, someplace where people can conjugate, so they don't conjugate the yards and on the street.
Yeah, that's gonna be up to the, I'm not sure about the pavilion, but it will be a grassed area, yes, sir.
How many lots did you gain by going to an R6 versus your 90-footers?
I'm not sure.
That was the question I just asked Roger. I mean, we're on a 53 lot development to go from the AR1 versus the R6, and you're losing 20 foot lot. I mean, how many lots did you actually gain trying to go through this?
To R6?
Yeah.
Well, it would be.
It could have been a tremendous amount of lots, and that's not.
It's a good amount because because the only other option would be R1, which will be 100-foot lots. The site is too small for a PUD. So the only option we had was R6, and we didn't go minimum because I could have fit more if we would have went 60, but the owner wanted to go 70, and you gain with 53 lots, you think there's 20 foot a lot. That's 50, that's what, 1,000 feet? So,
Figure that in your configuration.
so that's close to 10 lots.
It's not gonna be linear.
It's close to 10 lots, if not more, going R6. And with the wetlands coming through, it makes the most sense for the owner to go R6. Because the wetland takes up a lot of the property.
And again, it's consistency. You know, we're looking for consistency in neighborhood, consistency in our decisions. We'll keep it smaller every time we go to phase. And now we're down to 7.
Well, the one you approved earlier tonight, you said the sketch plan, we're looking for recreational areas and facilities. I think we're supposed to have pavilions and playgrounds. And I still say, if you're going to have density, you better have recreation areas where people play in people's yards and play in the streets. And when I lived in a neighborhood that had a third or half acre, I had a yards. They did their little football and their little foosball, wiffle ball in the yard. Because there's no place to do it in a high density. So you gotta have some children area. And it's gotta be plain, in my opinion, it's gotta be put in there. And the previous point, we're gonna require, I understand we can require certain things for the safety of the children. And that's what we're looking, and they're gonna do that. From the dog park to the pavilion to the recreation areas and there's more home to put in strategic areas. I'm pretty convinced on 83 acres, you're not gonna walk a mile to get to a park. It's just not feasible. It's gotta be convenient.
We have open space convenient on this one. This is not a large subdivision, and there's 4 different open spaces.
And they're gonna have an HOA, are you gonna have an HOA where people pay into, where it's gonna be managed and green?
Actually, in R6, it's required.
An HOA is required?
It's required and it has to be maintained.
Okay. You said,
Answer your question.
if it does, because I think you said not sure it's gonna be on phase 3.
No, sir, I didn't know if it was going to be added into existing Buckingham or be separate.
Last group said that.
Yeah.
So it's required for the R6 HOA.
Yeah. Or a homeowners association or some other entity acceptable.
To maintain the common spaces.
Yeah.
And do we have a way to make sure we maintain this?
That's another question.
Is there any recreation at all in any of the phases?
In any of the other phases? No, sir.
So there's none in the whole 300 homes, we're not going to have 0 recreation areas?
It was not planned in the previous phases.
Yeah, and so we recognize these issues now, and that's what we're trying to resolve in this moratorium, where we're going to put that in. When we just allow it to go through, we're through the public hearing now.
We're not coming out of you guys.
No, I
We're trying to
understand.
do a better job
Yeah.
moving forward. That's what it's all
Even
about.
though your father called us thieves earlier.
Well, I'm not going there.
Density works for a lot of good reasons that we can't get into tonight, but it's got to be done.
Right.
where
And when I laid it
children
out, the R6 was what I went off of, and that was all I could go off of at the time. And that's what I had to go off of when I initially laid this out. There was no, if there was something else out there that y'all required, we would have went with it. Because we met with Ms. Teresa, we met with staff, we added we lost a lot to add the access. We gave everything that was in R6, and we gave it to the T. We didn't try to cut corners, we didn't try to do anything. They said, here's the requirements for R6, and we said, okay, and we designed to R6. We didn't try to cut corners, we didn't try to do anything that was above what y'all would, or over what y'all wanted.
Well, just my thought, it sounds like you've got green space, but I don't hear you having anything recreational like a basketball court like they're gonna have, or something where kids can go play.
If they want to do something like that.
Yeah, we can talk to the owner. If you want to talk, Richard?
No, just do the public hearing.
No, I need to say something because
Through the public hearing, we tried to talk to the developer.
So we hadn't finalized any plans for recreation, but yeah, because there are no amenities or recreational facilities in the previous phases. Yeah, we haven't gotten that far with the sketch plan. But even if this isn't approved, there's still no recreation in the other phases. So are we trying to make up for the previous phases in this phase, or
No, I think we gotta go forward, is what we're trying, that's what I'm.
Sorry.
Same thing you guys are saying.
We're trying to move forward.
Yeah.
I'm focused on this right here. I compare it, as the zoning size, stuff like that, because it is one neighborhood.
Right.
You don't want to know what you're getting into, pools and all that other stuff. I can care less about all that stuff. That's, some of this things you promise this and you promise, but things for kids to do, man.
Yeah.
They need something to do.
Yeah.
Or they'll be playing in the streets,
We
or
do
in
have-
the detention ponds. There's just nothing to do.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
safe.
And we can do that. I mean, we have a few areas where it's reasonable to do that.
But it's a good space.
Yeah, yeah.
Basketball goal, or dog park, or something, I don't know. I mean, I don't have all the answers to that. I don't think any of us do. We're just trying to do something a little better moving forward for our county.
Right,
A
right.
small pavilion with picnic tables where they can come and gather in the evenings. Nothing that'd be real expensive, but something that's intentional, which we can't acquire in the past. We're
Right.
looking forward for the subdivisions to at least to get a handle on this moving forward.
Okay.
We didn't realize what R6 was going to do.
Yeah, we didn't either.
We've had it, several years now. It's never been an issue. And now all of a sudden, people need homes.
Yeah.
You can't deny them homes. And everybody here gripes about, people saying, well, what if somebody said, no, they're not going to build your home? How would you feel about that? Think about that. These people deserve a home, deserve to go to a good school too. I don't have a problem with density. We're going to figure that part out. We're going to keep working on it. But the density that we have, we want to do it in a safe way, in a nice way. We don't want to be like other communities around us. We want to be Effingham. We're trying to do it right.
I mean, we felt like there was going to be a lot of green space with the wetlands and with the buffers and everything that JC put on the
And it looks good.
plan.
Outside, I mean, I really, to be honest with you,
Yeah,
the size of the lot's not a huge deal for me. Just the way it's laid out, there's a lot of space in between everything. I mean, if you're picking lots and not been through the process where you go get a new home and you work with a builder, it's a lot of fun. I have a blast. And you can pick a lot behind the wetlands, you know nobody's going to build a building behind you. There's a lot of really cool aspects of wetlands.
Right.
But, the safety is the biggest thing for the kids. And I worried about this mailbox issue. I don't even know how to handle that or address that.
we've got 5 parking spaces at the mail kiosk now, but we will have to figure out what to do with this
Once the
space.
kiosk in the common area where these, the town halls are.
It's in between kind of the gate entrance to Buckingham and where the townhomes would be.
Will they have to move or anything, or can they stay?
No, that can stay.
So they can stay, still have the same 5 parking?
I mean, we could add on to it, just the way it's designed. I could square it off more and add more kiosks, but the parking would stay the same. Or we could add
It's
another.
doable. I mean, I've seen, like, 20 people checking mail every day and 3 or 4 spots. And it's doable, but you just got to get them off the road.
Yeah, there are 5 off-road parking spots in front of the cluster boxes.
So let me ask you this, would you be amenable maybe to be entertaining a motion to table so you can address the concerns you've heard and come back at the next meeting, show us a sketch plan that
I would love that. I'd rather do that.
these are the things that you recommend, we can't require anything of you, so you can hear our concerns, and we can go tonight and see what happens, but I think it might be wise if you could take the concerns you hear for the postal, the children, recreational, not just green space, what that might look like and what you might do.
One of that is for a lot of reasons, mainly because you can do some stuff in green spaces you have without losing one home site.
Yeah.
Right.
It's done right. If you guys don't mind doing this.
And we can do the same thing the previous development did. We can approve the zoning tonight, and we can get in with Teresa. Well, that's what they did. So, and
I didn't agree with that, and I don't think it's the right way to do it, but that's just my opinion. Because when you get to
we're kind of the same aspect. Well, we're kind of the same aspect.
There's nothing you can do really with a sketch plan.
Right.
We're just depending on somebody. I just don't think it's set a good precedent. That's why I'm letting you know. I don't want to put the guy in a bad situation. I don't know him personally. I want to come to his house. But as far as doing this, that's the proper way to do this. Just come back. If it looks good, I'll be a vote for an R6. If we do this right, we can address some of these things.
We're kind of in the same aspect as the other guy.
I understand that, I agree with that. That was his thought.
I don't mind. I want to work with y'all, and we don't mind
And I want to work.
showing you something.
I want it
Yeah.
to be an easy place to build and everything else, but I also want to build some nice places.
Yeah.
Everybody here deserves it.
So there's some of my constituents here tonight, I'm not appreciative about the site, but I get a lot of calls about people wanting types of businesses and restaurants in this community, and what keeps it from coming is rooftops. Density provides rooftops. I'm not against density. So it brings some things that constituents want, but it brings pain, and we're trying to eliminate that pain by making sure there's parking, recreation, quality of construction, doing that we can't require except to bud. So if you can hear our concerns and come with that information, how you would address those concerns, perhaps we could accept your conditions that you would ask us to take on and move forward.
And maybe we can all learn from that and build a model for future buildings. I'd love to do that, get some really smart heads in there and do some workshops and figure out what everybody can do. Near this, make money. We just want to make sure everybody's safe. We got a place to play.
So would you be willing to, ask the motion table it with our staff, get the concerns and see if you can address those?
That'd be fine.
And we'll table. So I'm going to take a motion to table, this is lost my place.
It's
Number 9?
number 8.
Number 8. Motion to table number 8, number 8 to November 2nd, so that a developer and landowner, whoever can get with our staff to address the concerns they get from us and our constituents tonight, and then we'll get back up to
So
motion by Mr. Burdette, second. Second, Mr. Loper, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. And we're tabled to the second. So I appreciate your work on this.
Yeah, thank you.
In about 90 days.
It's not worth the fight. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So number 9 is no action because of table number 8. So we've done number 10. The planning board recommends approving the application of Richard Flanders as agent for Kerry Weaver and Andrea.
That's a sketch plan.
No, this is the same, is this for that property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so yeah, we'll table that one, we'll not table, no action on that one. On number 11, planning board recommends denying an application by Richard Flanders as agent for DM Jones Construction Incorporated for a sketch plan located off of Middlesex Conway Road to allow for 15 townhome units for Buckingham Plantation. Townhomes map 397, parcel number 39, zone B3, district. This is not a public hearing, this is a sketch approval. So, Tricia, you want to tell us about the sketch plan?
All right, so this parcel is currently zone B3. B3 permits multifamily as an option. And so it was originally, the history of it is that it was R1, it was AR1, and then in 2006 it was zoned R1 in May, and then a few months later it was rezoned to B3. And the application indicates that it was meant to be commercial for, it was meant to provide areas for commercial development to support the residential development. So nothing, this site has not been developed. It's currently, has trees in it. So we were contacted earlier this year about to confirm that B3 did allow multifamily, confirm that it did. And we were approached by Mr. Humley in July. We met with him and looked over the sketch plan, the proposed sketch plan, which you see before you. There are 15 townhomes proposed, and the lots will be 2,200 square feet or 0.05 acres. The lots are 22 feet wide. Driveways will have 18 feet of usable width. That's basically it. The point is that we've been viewing the development community wants to bring townhomes into the mix for multifamily. We've seen evidence of that in the last few meetings. And in this case, it's a relatively small, it's about just over 4 acres of land, which has currently, got trees in it at the entrance. That driveway you see is where the commercial developments are in the parking area of the commercial development on Highway 30, looking out over. And that's actually where we placed our zoning sign to just get it off Highway 30 and, to keep it safe so that every resident would see it, the rezoning that we just discussed.
Teresa, what setbacks are required in this?
R3 zoning, let me see, R3 zoning,
This is B.
oh, that's buffer. Oh, I'm sorry, B3. B3 allows multifamily. B3 provides no guidance for multifamily development, so we always default to R3 because there's nothing else we can do.
I stand if you default R3, but we can establish whatever we think is best. What do you tell me?
What's the R3 setback?
Let's see what I have here. The setbacks are shown on the site plan.
I couldn't see the site.
I know, I thought I could have seen
Yeah, it's really small.
Oh, this, no, this is,
See if I can blow it up.
It's,
There's no setback shown on the sketch plan because B3 has no setback requirements.
right. Oh, I know what I have. We had a discussion, there's an email trail, so
Yes.
that's what
Yes,
I
ma'am.
was, here we go. I have it, here we go. So this is, R3 is what we go to. When people on B3 and ask us what the setbacks are, we go to R3 for multifamily because that's the only guidance we have. And there's, and I'll read them out to you, there's a, as we know, maximum 12 units per acre, minimum lot of the building lines to 150 feet for R3, and then we interpret that to mean multifamily as an apartment building. Minimum setback from public street, 35 feet, minimum front yard, 10 feet. The proposed setback here, I believe, is 25 feet?
25, yes, ma'am.
25 feet from the road. And we did have some internal discussion of that and thought the 25 was a fair balance because the 35 feet was from the...
that's what's on the sketch plan 25, or is there not?
Yes, sir. It is set at 25. It's not labeled, but it is set at 25 because that's what all,
How
when we
many square
do,
feet are the townhomes?
they are 2,200. And the owner he wanted, because they're at his entrance, so this is the same owner that's doing Buckingham Phase 2 and wanting to do Phase 3. They're at his entrance. He doesn't want to build anything at his entrance that's going to deter people from buying. So he went 20.
I think these 25 feet is from the subdivision road, not from Highway 30, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. It's also from the right-of-way line, not from the back of the curb.
I mean, for this, B3 already allows it. For me, there's no...
This isn't zoning.
It's not a zoning.
This is not a zoning issue.
It's a permit.
It's not public hearing. It's not nice. I don't have a problem.
It's not public hearing.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with it. It's allowed in zoning, and I think the builder, he's got more of a financial obligation because if he doesn't build something good up front, he's not going to sell lots in the back. So he'll shoot himself in the foot if he does it.
Exactly.
Terrible.
Just for public knowledge, this is a different animal. We're trying to rezone something. There is already zoned multifamily within B3. We're already allowed to do something here. The only thing that's in question is what the sketch plan is going to look like. Is it safe? And the setbacks. And that's there in this case. There's nothing else to consider.
Well, there is the green space.
The green space, stuff like that. But, as far as whether or not you can do that or not, it's not. It's already set in the zoning that they already have. So we're not deciding whether or not they can put it there. They're already allowed to do that.
Yeah, I think it's in question that they can build it. But it might be a question of sketch plan, so where are the kids going to play?
That's the same with everything.
There's no yard, so...
No, sir. The same.
Is
Yeah.
it going to be subdivided, or are these actually lot lines I'm seeing?
They will be.
Okay, I'm
Yes,
just
sir.
trying to make sense.
Yes, sir, they will be.
There's a yard behind it.
Only the dashboard. Only the dashboard is built.
But also look at townhome purchase as something separate. Somebody may not want a yard.
Sure.
That's the whole purpose of it.
Oh, no, that's what our 6 is about too, though, they don't maintain yards.
Yeah, but I look at definitely this as a different buyer. That's just my opinion.
No, I agree, yeah, that's why they buy, they don't want a yard. But where, if they have children, they're going to...
But if I was buying that, I would be taking that into account. I've got small kids, but I wouldn't want to buy a townhome.
I would either.
Somebody else may.
Hey,
That's just me.
you He's 75 years old, and he's tired of cutting grass, and he actually told me he's looking for a town. So,
I think that's one advantage of this is only 15 units.
It's a small amount.
Yeah.
And I don't know what else you, I mean, this is, one thing that confused me is on the parcel search, I always try to research everything that's in my district. It shows common area here. So how does this get changed from common area to townland?
It got zoned B3 in 2016.
And it's listed on,
Right.
it's common area.
And I did do a sketch, because...
2006, it was only 2006.
Yeah, it's talking about the tax parcel.
Oh, excuse me, sorry, I had the number wrong. I did look into...
Please don't make comments from the audience. You got to come to the mic, state your name, and make comments.
I did look into it because it come up on planning board that they considered this commercial, and they wanted it to be commercial. But the whole time we've been up here, they worry about traffic coming in here. And I just did a quick sketch just to see what it would be. And if you made that commercial, you'd have 418 trips per day for the commercial, where you're down to 110 for the townhomes. So congestion-wise and everything, for this piece of property, the way it's sized, the way everything, and it being at the entrance, this is, congestion-wise, this is the best option for this piece of property.
No doubt about it. And you have less congestion than 15
Yes, sir.
townhomes and real businesses.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. As far as the residents should be concerned, that would be preferable. Okay, is there any other discussion on the board? This is not a public hearing, so we just got to see that the sketch plan complies with your requirements for family and safety and it goes on. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the sketch.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, and second by Mr. Floyd to approve the sketch plan as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it is approved.
Thank you.
Item number 12, planning board recommends approving an application by Bell and Son Design as agent for Michael J. Smith for a ranch located at 136 Green Paddock Circle to reduce the rear building setback requirements to allow for a screen pool enclosure back in the 416A parcel number 93 in the second district.
All right, in this case, this is the lot that you see up here, and that really is the property line. It's angled at the back, so it's a little awkward, but that I went back to check the final plat to make sure, and in fact, that is exactly what it looks like. It's angled. So the owner of this lot installed a pool and did meet setback requirements, but now he wants to do a screen enclosure around the pool, but now that will be 10 foot from the property line instead of the required 25. So he is requesting a variance to allow screen enclosure around this pool to encroach upon the required setback.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone speaking for this variance? Anyone not speaking in opposition to this variance request? Seeing no one, close the public hearing. See if there's any questions from the board. Discussion.
I see this as more, I kind of really see it more as a fence, you know, not really a building structure. I understand your position, you know, you can't, but I think as a board, that's how I would consider it. It's not permanent.
Thankful for the easy.
It's not a permanent structure.
Yeah.
Any discussion, have a motion?
Motion to approve alternative one.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve alternative one. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. Any carries. Second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of application of Bell and Son Design as agent for Michael J. Smith for a ranch located at 136 Green Paddock Circle to reduce the rear building setback requirements to allow for a screen pool enclosure, map number 416A, parcel number 93, second district. Motion for second reading.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve the second reading. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. Any carries unanimously. Item number 14 in the public hearings. Planning board recommends approving the application by Keith Zipper to rezone 1.87 acres from 24.07 acre parcel located at 659 Blue Jay Road from AL1 to for the purpose of separating a home site, map number 432, parcel number 43 in the second district.
So the proposal is to rezone 1.37 acres. It was originally a standalone lot, but it was combined with a larger parcel in 2000, and now they wish to re-subdivide it again, and it must be rezoned AR2, it's less than 5 acres. So there is a plat, and this did require a little going back and forth with the tax assessor until it was established that this plat back in 2000 recombined the small parcel, and we couldn't subdivide it again without rezoning it. And so that's why we're here tonight, and it's a simple home-site subdivision.
Okay, anyone tonight, open public hearing, anyone speaking in favor of this rezoning from AR1 to AR2?
Good evening. I'm Keith Zipper. We just want to break that parcel out so we can sell the home.
Sounds good. Is anyone in opposition to this rezoning request? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Is there any question or discussion from the board, or entertain a motion?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Loper, to approve alternative one. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. Carried, none, it passes unanimously. Second reading. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Keith Zipper to rezone 1.87 acres from 24.07 acre parcel located at 659 Blue Jay Road from AR1 to AR2 for the purpose of separating a home site, map number 432, parcel number 43 in second district. Motion to approve the second reading.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Loper to approve the second reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it carries unanimously. Moves to stop number 16 in the public hearing. The planning board recommends approving the application by Lamar Zipper to rezone 81.84 acres located on Hollisville Road from AR1 to I1 industrial to allow for the sale of the parcel for future industrial use, map number 434, parcel number 24 in the second district.
So this 81.84 acres is located, I'm going to move forward to the zoning layer here. It's located adjacent to industrial zone land. There's the concrete plant, there's basically the Omnitrust land coming over here. The proposal is to rezone it for industrial. There is no site plan, there is no sketch plan, there's no actual proposed development that we're aware of, and the owner is asking to rezone it in order to sell it because that is a requirement, that is a condition of the sale. The acreage itself did not trigger a regional review, so it was not forwarded for regional review, and as we didn't have a site plan, a sketch plan showing any proposed use, there was nothing to trigger a regional review. Any future use, any sketch plan pre-application meeting that shows us, a large enough building or an intense enough use will trigger a regional review. So staff is recommending approval simply because it is adjacent to existing industrial zone land. It will be subject to all the usual buffer requirements, and we have no knowledge of any future development plans for this property.
Is this on the west or east side of Huntsville?
East.
East side, okay.
It's across from Belmont Glen. The purple there is Belmont Glen.
The buffer is
Adjacent Alpha.
How small would that make the beginning of it? Isn't it 300-foot buffer if you're next to an acre already?
Right. So as it stands now, if we did get a proposal for development, the current requirement is 300-foot buffer on industrial land adjacent to AR property. So if we were to get a sketch plan, we would expect to see a 300-foot buffer all around here, but between the existing industrial land, that's 25 feet. So it's a much smaller requirement.
I'm just wondering how skinny that's going to make that through there. It looks like
They're challenged.
Yeah, sure.
And everything east of that pretty much, isn't that the research forest, what it's called, the
Yes.
Omnitrust Industrial? Okay. All right, anyone speaking for this rezoning tonight?
Mr. Chairman, I'm Lamar Zipper. I'm the owner of the property. And the reason why I'm here, I've been approached by the adjoining landowner, industrial, that wants to purchase my land. And what he would like to do is for me to try to get it zoned industrial and also determine how much wetlands is on it. And right now, what I've done, I've gone through the zoning process, and I'm here tonight before your group to try to get that done. I've also hired RLC, Troy Smith, to go through the wetlands process for me, and we're in the midst of that right now.
Okay,
And that's the reason why I'm here tonight.
very good, appreciate it.
Thank you.
What's the adjoining business?
Pardon, sir?
What's the adjoining business?
It's the Ellen's Approved Company Club.
Okay. No, I should put that together.
Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning?
I just got a question. I don't know, I'm not opposed to this being zoned industrial because it is, but is there a way, like on the sketch plan, to require, much like I think the industrial properties are, to where the ingress and egress is on the Effingham Parkway side versus dumping onto Hodgeville Road, where it's obviously all residential? Is there a way to do that, to limit it to?
Effingham Parkway is over here at the concept layer there, so it doesn't actually join it, but I mean, you know, in the future that.
Yeah, I think it's a very good possibility. But when the sketch plan comes back, there may be some things we could do at the parkways.
Correct. I just didn't know if it was something that could be required.
Type of business too, you know, that's something that's not heavy traffic or big trucks.
Right, a B3 type light business is fine, but obviously the heavy industrial is going to be an impact to the residential right there. That's my only concern.
Those things we can look at in the sketch plan, I'm sure.
I am that resident who will be affected. If you would please make it so that they cannot access this property from Hodgeville Road. It's attached to Omnimax. Make it, let them get there through that. We don't need any more trucks on Hodgeville. Y'all are already trying to put on the roundabouts for this supposed development. It's never gonna happen. Well, here it is. You know, you said to us, we're not gonna have more trucks on Hodgeville, and now you're trying to put more trucks on Hodgeville and get two roundabouts a third of a mile from each other. It's just ridiculous. Please keep the trucks off of Hodgeville. You'll affect our home values, period. There's just no way. I have no problem with this going to industrial. We knew about Omnimax before we moved in, but we also knew that that access would not be on Hodgeville Road, that it was going someplace else. And that was why we made the decision we made. So if it needs to be rezoned, I understand it's right next on, it's in between, it makes sense, I get it. Please do not give them road access to Hodgeville. Thank you.
Please state your name again. I know you've been on.
Susie Thurman.
Miss Susie, also one thing, Miss Susie.
Miss Susie,
Susie, just to let you know, as I was looking at this, I mean, I imagine it also going R6, and how many more cars could possibly be on the road, you know, so it's, you know, people have a right to develop land and do something with it.
Oh, and I do, and I understand,
And I don't think, you know, if you go either way,
and I
what's
understand.
better? You know, how do you figure out what that is? How many homes can you put on that stretch? And there were like a lot of wetlands there, so. You know, that's what I was
And I
look at everything.
I don't know that anybody would buy a house right next to that. I mean, we took a little drive back, and there's no hiding that concrete company. And the stuff that's gonna come with Omnimax, there's no hiding any of that either.
People don't have a place to go to live right now.
Well, and I get that, but when you take my $250,000 house and turn it into a $180,000 house, because when
That's not a good step.
I'm sorry, I already lived it before I moved here.
Put up for sale sign in front of your house and see how quick it sells.
I understand that, but then I can't afford to move to where, because the prices have gone up so much, I can't afford to live here, okay? But the problem is there will be, if you continue to put in these houses on these little tiny lots, there will be a point where you'll have too many.
We're talking about houses on, so my job is to keep everybody informed.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we'll talk later.
You deserve to know what we go through when we look at this.
Right, and I understand. And yes, would I prefer that it was not industrial? Absolutely, because it's heavy industrial, they can do whatever, and I get that. But please, no more trucks on Hodgeville.
When they bring They don't know if there can be any industrial, get the wetlands in any area. When they bring something to us, we certainly remember that, because I wrote a double my thing here too. Trucks on Hodgeville, question mark? I had that same question mark about how many trucks do you want to put on Hodgeville? Because we do want to direct them to the pathway, it's close.
Yes.
We're trying to get it built, so there may be a lot of possibilities to really address your concern. And mine too.
Right there beside you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And my concern too. Okay, trucks on Hodgeville, question mark?
Especially if you're on there.
Yes, that's right. Okay. Any opposition, you'd like to speak tonight? See no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, entertain motion.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
The motion to approve alternative one is by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Loper. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. The second reading will have it. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Lamar Zipper to rezone 81.84 acres located on Oswald Road from AR1 to I1 Industrial to allow for the sale of the parcel for future industrial use, making the 34th parcel number 24 in the second district. Motion to approve second reading.
Motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Motion Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Loper to approve second reading. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, passes unanimously. Item number 18, in public hearing. Now we got 20 to go. The planning board recommends approving the application by Frederick P. Gross for a variance located at 216 Bell Royal Drive to reduce the required side building setbacks to allow for a home addition. This is map number 465H, parcel number 106C, zone AR1 in the second district.
This property is located in Westwood Heights, and I've got that arrow pointing to it up there on the screen. And as you see behind it, there's an interior lot that has access to Vale Royal Drive and to the next street over. And it's owned by the water utility company, and one would assume that that was meant to be their access to maintain property perhaps, but it's funny because on Vale Royal Drive, there's no access possible there. It's a buffer, it's a lovely buffer that the residents
So
there.
what I'm looking there is the access easement.
Well, it's not an easement, it's an actual strip of land. I mean, when we first received
It's
this.
not, it goes with that lot, it's not an easement. I got
Yeah,
you,
so I'm not sure what the intent was. And on the right there, you see, this is the final plat for Westwood Heights, and it's all we've got going for us. There's not even measurements on it. So when Mr. Gauss came to us a few months ago, and with this proposal, we actually made him go get a survey, because we didn't know where his property line was. We didn't know if it was an easement, we didn't know anything, and we thought he needed to know whether he needed a variance from us. We weren't sure. So he went and got himself a survey, and on the left there you see his drawing, because he thought he knew what he had, and on the right he has a survey, and now he knows what he's got. And it is in fact, it is a strip of land owned by the water utility company, and that's kind of neither here nor there. We now know it's not an easement, it's actual strip of land. So what he's proposing is to build an addition to the side of his house, and it will take him closer to the side property line than our ordinance, than our setback requirements allow. He's in AR1, that's his first disadvantage. Westwood Heights is AR1, it was never zoned for, down, or it was never zoned. They basically absorbed the county-based zoning. So that requires a 25-foot side setback. He has just under 25 foot available. He wants to add a 19 feet wide addition to his home, which leaves him about, a little under 6 feet. So his request is to reduce the side setback requirement to 5.6 feet so that he can add to the side of his home. And the impact on the neighbors will actually, in this case, be very little, because there is that, really nice vegetative buffer kind of in between. Now, we can't.
Goes with the back lot.
I mean, it's part of that interior lot, so we don't know if that would eventually ever get cleared so that it could become access. I don't know the intent of it, we couldn't determine that, but it has effectively become a really nice vegetative buffer between those two homes.
But you haven't maintained access to that
There was
lot.
another access.
They have another.
I saw the two access, so you're going to maintain the other one as an access?
And we're not, he's not proposing to infringe on that. That is somebody else's property. His addition, though, he's fortunate in that his addition will come up close to that, and so it won't affect the neighbor on the other side, because there's this built-in.
I'll get you, so
26 feet
they
wide.
can still be
Yeah.
a driveway to a lot, is what you're saying.
Does he understand they could make that a drive?
They could, of course.
They need
yes,
to be
yeah.
5 feet from his house. There's the caveat of that.
That's what I was asking, but I guess if they got another access, they can make a driveway somewhere else. You need to remember that before you, this board might approve on the other side, and then you,
Yeah, that's true.
you I mean, that could be dangerous for coming up for family and children 5 feet from the house and driveway. So,
He does currently have a fence there. And a
Which side's he on? The left side of that buffer?
It looks like there's a fence right on that property.
It's a strange configuration.
can you build another direction?
Right, so this is what he's currently got, and so he wants to build on here. He's drawn it out himself here. This, you know, it would be right here up to very close to the property line.
Okay. I can't remember, I'm so tired. And I'll open the public hearing, you close it or not?
I don't think there's any public hearing.
Okay, open the public hearing. Anyone speaking for this variance? Anyone speaking against this variance? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and have a discussion. Entertain a motion from the board.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve alternative one. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously. So we'll read the second reading. Consideration to approve second reading an application by Frederick P. Gross for a variance located at 216 Delaware Drive to reduce the required side building setbacks to allow for a home addition at number 465H, parcel 106C, zone AR1 in the second district. Motion to approve second reading.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Okay.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Floyd to approve second reading. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously.
You take a 5-minute break.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute restroom break. If anybody needs to go to the restroom, we're around the corner here for the guys. Let's go for the- I see all the commissioners are back, so we're gonna go ahead and continue with our public hearings. I believe we're on item number 20. Item number 20. The planning board recommends approving the application of Brian Rossi. Need to help his constituents get to their homes and get ours. The planning board recommends approving the application of Brian Grassi, agent for Creighton Industrial Construction Company on 6 acres located at 2038 Highway 17 North, AR1, AR2, to allow for the creation of a home site met in 260 parcel in 21 and 3rd district. These that don't look like they're much complications, can you keep the description as brief as possible?
So this is 6 acres, currently zoned AR1. The owner wishes to split it into 2 parcels, about approximately 3 acres each, well, just approximately 3 acres each. And for that, they must rezone first to AR2.
Okay, is there anyone tonight speaking in favor of this rezoning?
Hey, I'm Brian Grayson. I work for Craven Industrial. I run the Savannah division. We bought the property with plans of splitting this as I'm going to build a house there. We just want a storage shop for our business, and we're just trying to split it up, keep business and personal separate.
Okay, I'm confused now. This is AOL2 for a home site. What's this about the business?
Well, it's owned by their business, but we're putting a building on it. That's all it is, just a storage building. It's basically just going to be a shop, but they're going to own it.
Well, I guess that's a different issue that you can address when they come make a request, because I'm not sure about just putting shops on property. This is for a home site. Be careful where you place these things too, because there's requirements on this, and the size, and there's a whole different. And there's no issue with building a home on that site, but there may be an issue with building a
So the shop is going to be on the other parcel?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. Okay.
And I say a shop, it's just a storage building is all it is that they own. That's basically, I'll be over the property, like I'll own the parcel next to it when we get it split. But but that's for our house, and they want property next to it to keep.
But if it's a business shop, it's going to have a whole different home business. I mean, there's things you're going to get into that may not comply.
Okay.
Now, I'm whatever problem approving the subdivision for a home, but that doesn't mean you're going to be able to build a shop there and have a business.
If it's storage, in AR land, we have to show some discretion about allowing storage buildings, because oftentimes it is for agricultural use, so, but it will have to meet setbacks, and there's plenty of room for that.
Well, and I know this may be getting off topic now, the weeds here, because we're talking about lots. You haven't actually applied for zoning, but in this shop, everything will be stored in. This is not going to be like a lay-down yard.
Yes.
With equipment and stuff like that, or everything is stored in that building that you'll be building on the other lot?
Yes, yes, sir. It's actually even planned out to where it would match our house. It's basically, I run this part of the business, and it's kind of just a way of our business owning it, but it's for me as well.
Well, like Mr. Chairman said earlier, I mean, this looks pretty straightforward here tonight, what you want to do, but you need to be aware that you may need to get with our staff when you get ready, just to make sure that you don't run into any issues on the back end.
Yes, sir.
But as far as the home side,
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. What I said, just want to make you aware that we're not approving a workshop, we're approving a lot for a home, but it would, planning and zoning, and that you can do what you want to do. Okay?
But you can certainly permit a agricultural building.
Yeah, there may be a way to jump through a couple of hoops.
Yes.
Any other questions? Anyone not speaking in opposition to this rezoning? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve. Second. With zoning and planning board recommendations.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Logan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously. All right. Number 21 is the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Brian Grassi as agent for the Craven Industrial Construction Company to rezone 6 acres located at 2038 Highway 17 north of AR1 to AR2 to allow for the creation of a home site, map number 269, parcel number 21, 3rd district.
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion on Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Loper to approve second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 22, the planning board recommends approving an application by Bertie Ruth Neesmith to rezone 6.4 acres located at 961 Grayson Road from AR1 to AR2 for a subdivision of 2 home sites, map 271, parcel number 37 in the 3rd district.
This is very similar. It's just over 6 acres. The owner wishes to split it in 2, and I believe it is for 2 home sites. And that's the proposed split right there.
Okay. Anyone tonight speaking for this rezoning? You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. I don't know to be in opposition. Anyone speaking in opposition to this tonight? Seeing no one speaking in opposition, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the zoning request with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion on Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Loper to approve staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. There's a second reading, which is item number 23, consideration to approve second reading of an application by Bertie Ruth Neesmith to rezone 6.4 acres located at 961 Grayson Road from AR1 to AR2 for the subdivision of 2 sites, map number 271, parcel number 37, 3rd district. Motion to approve second reading.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Motion, Mr. Lowe, second Mr. Loper to approve second reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously. Item number 24 is a public hearing. The planning board recommends approving an application by Jack Carter Construction as agent for O'Brien Davis for a variance located at 180 Pearl Drive Road to reduce the front building setback requirements from 50 to 35 feet to allow for an addition to the existing home at number 288 Parson 30, 3rd District.
So this parcel is zoned AR2 and has a 50-foot front setback requirement. This house more than likely predates zoning in the county and so was built at 35 feet from the road. However, they want to add an addition to the side, and at the building permit approval level, we had to stop our review and suggest that they request a variance because the addition is also going to be about 35 feet from the road, which is fine, but within zoning, and we can't approve a non-compliant use like that. So the applicant's requesting a reduction of the front setback requirement to 35 feet. So they're matching the existing front facade of the home, and there'll be no intrusion with the front yard, but it is not technically in compliance with AR2 front setback requirements.
You want to speak in favor of this variance?
I'm Theron Ron. I'm the contractor on it, Mr. Davis, and all we want to do is just build the addition.
I'm O'Brien Davis. It's my land. I'm not near nobody. I'm not around nobody. Everything is mine.
This is Dad's house.
Yeah, I just want to get it remodeled and add on to it. There's nobody around us.
I talked to Mr. Walker. We tried to figure it out. But here we are.
Here we are.
I'm familiar with the area. I run a ranger up there sometimes on the weekends, and like he says, there's rural area, nobody around you, not causing any issues with anybody, and definitely.
Okay. Any questions, discussion? Anybody speaking in opposition to this variance tonight? You're not speaking in opposition? Okay, good. All right. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the zoning request with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Kiefer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Now the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Jack Carter, construction as agent for O'Brien Davis for variance located at 180 Pearl Davis Road to reduce the front building setback requirements from 50 feet to 35 feet to allow for an addition to the existing home at number 288 parcel in 33rd District. Motion to approve second reading.
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lowe, second Mr. Loper to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Item number 26, under public hearing, the planning board recommends approving the application by Shell Polk as agent for Calvin Childers to rezone 2 acres out of 21.56 acres parcel located at 1887 Courthouse Road, AR1, AR2, map number 370, parcel number 16 in Fair District.
So this is similar to the case we had a little earlier. So this is a large acreage, and there is a home existing, and the owner or the individual who's hoping to buy it wishes to separate out the home or the existing home side in a 2-acre parcel that needs to be rezoned AR2, and just doesn't know he'll be back next month with a rezoning request for the remaining acreage to AR2 for a subdivision.
Okay. Anyone speaking in favor of this rezoning? Anyone speaking in opposition to this rezoning? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on this item as well. Is there a question or motion?
Make a motion to okay with planning board and staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lopez, second by Mr. Deloach to approve staff and planning board recommendations on this. This is a variance, right? Rezone. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it passes unanimously. Second reading, item number 27, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Shell Polk as agent for Calvin Childers to rezone 2 acres out of 21.56 acres parcel located at 1887 Courthouse Road from AR1 to AR2, map number 370, parcel number 16 in the 4th District.
Make a motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lopez, second by Mr. Burdette to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously. Item number 28, another public hearing Planning board recommends approving an application by Shirley A. and Scott E. Lamb for a variance located at 106 Orville Road to allow for the subdivision of a parcel to be accessed from an easement, private road currently serving 3 properties, map number 430, parcel number 36 in the 4th district.
So this is similar to the Orville Road request we had a few meetings ago. In fact, that has already been split. The 45-acre parcel is split into 3, approximately 15 acres. This is a parcel of road, and this one is 15 acres, and the owner's language is to split off 5 acres. They've already got their plat, and they wish to split off 5 and build an additional home there. And staff is recommending denial simply because the ordinance restriction on more than 3 lots on a private road.
Okay, anyone speaking for this variance? Anyone speaking in opposition to the variance requested? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and see if there's any discussion from the board. Hearing no discussion, I entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve planning board recommendations.
Second.
Did staff make any different recommendations?
We recommend denial, and really there's nothing wrong with the zoning. I mean, what they're trying to do is just.
What was the motion?
Motion to approve planning board.
I made a motion to do it, planning board recommendation.
Okay, I thought you said staff too. I just wanted to be sure.
No.
Okay.
I said no.
I thought I heard staff.
No.
Okay. Motion to approve planning board recommendation of approval. That's by Mr. Loker. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Kiefer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I got to step down this next property, actually joins my personal home.
We got the second reading first.
Oh, I can say for that.
Yep. Item number 29, second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Shirley A. and Scott E. Lamb for a ranch located at 106 Orville Road to allow for the subdivision of a parcel to be accessed from an easement/private road currently serving 3 properties, map number 430, parcel number 36 in the 4th district.
Make a motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Lopez, second by Mr. Deloach, to approve second reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Now, number 30, if your clerk will note that Mr. Kiefer has stepped down. You want to state the reason you're...
I did earlier. I'll restate. Would you like me to restate?
State's just wrong.
Oh, next
Or I don't know how to state.
It just joins my personal choice.
Very good, thank you, sir. The planning board recommends approving an application by Tulsa Organization for John P. and Rebecca Shea to rezone 15.11 acres out of 20.11 acres acre parcel located on 702 and 756 Ebenezer Road from AR1 and AR2 to R6 to allow for the future development of Orville land in phase 2 consisting of 45 lots, map number 446, parcel 11, 12 in the 5th district.
All right, so you'll see there that shape. These lots are all each approximately 10 acres each, they're not exactly, but so the proposal is to rezone this one to R6 and half of this one to R6. The owner is going to stay there and keep it rezoned. I think it's rezoned.
What's across the street, you said?
Cobbleton is the subdivision across the street. So this is phase 1 of Oglethorpe Landing that was rezoned earlier this year. And as part of the approval process, we did require a stub out to this parcel. And as it turns out, they were able to obtain this parcel and take advantage of that. And here, they're able to come in and extend into a phase 2 of Oglethorpe Landing. And by purchasing the rear portion of that, they're able to extend even further here. So this original subdivision is now adding, the proposal is to add 45 lots with these two by obtaining these two, this and the rear portion of that. And they are currently zoned AR1 and AR2, and they're requesting to rezone these R6 to match the zoning of phase 1 of the landing.
So you say stub out, you're not talking about the infrastructure of the road?
Roads, yes, exactly. Roads, yeah. And so this will be served by the City of Springfield, and as with other R6 developments, it meets the requirements of being served by public water and sewer, and does have all of the required green space allotment, the 20% green space that's required, also included here. And I can jump forward. So 45 lots with lot sizes ranging from 0.15 acres to 0.36 acres, 60-foot right-of-way, sidewalks on both sides of the streets, 3.71 acres of open space, which is slightly more than 20% of the total acreage, which includes 1.5 acres of ponds, 0.3 acres of wetlands, and 1.91 acres of common recreational space.
Anyone from the public hearing, anyone speaking in favor of this rezoning?
I'm Jake Patrick with Construction Development Investors. Jeffrey and I are the developers. We asked to move this to R6 because it, joins the one that we just got approved. Lambert Street set a few months back. We've got open space and the recreation area, ponds. Like you brought up earlier, the mailbox kiosk, we got a parking in there for that. It's already in there. So I think this makes sense. Appreciate y'all's time and be happy to help any way we can.
So show me the recreational spaces.
So at the end of the cul-de-sac there, you got the detention pond, and then just above that it says that this the common area. So you actually got two ways to get into it off both cul-de-sacs.
How many acres of actual green space?
Well, the total is 3.71, but the recreation area is 1.91 acres. And then with the pond, you got just over 3 acres, about 3.4.
So we're looking for 45 lots.
Do y'all have a cover for your kiosk party?
Well, that's actually that's actually in phase 1 though, so it's all going to go back into that one, which is already approved.
Any amenities or recreational?
We don't have anything in this time. We're matching the same one that was in phase 1, like I said, that we just done a couple months ago. So we don't have anything at this time in for it.
How many total lots?
It'll be 75 total, 76.
Oh, two together, 75?
Sir?
Two together, 75 lots?
Correct. The first one's 31 and this one's 45.
So I still have the same concern. There's 75 lots. And you don't have recreational, because they still have cities, and once you, a lot of people want to live in it. That's 20 to 40 years of age, that's what they want. They want to do other things.
Well, we got a recreational area, and like I said, here again, not arguing, but we just got this other one approved a few months back, and we understand the moratorium that's coming into effect, but we feel that should move, if that's going to be the new thing, maybe moving forward, once the laws get in place or new rules and regulations maybe.
Once again, not against anything, the board make a decision. I just suggested you better make sure there's good parking in the current ones that are applying for it, so they're not in the streets, and the kids are not playing in the streets, and it's safe. That's the challenge for that.
Most definitely.
They could go back and look at where could they put in recreational, not a lot of money, but some recreational facilities. To enjoy maybe a picnic table, a pavilion for them to it's a hot day and not in each other's yard in the yard. So I just think these will probably be in HUDs in the future.
Right, and I mean, we have the required recreational space, so I mean, I feel like how we utilize that should be addressed in the sketch plan. I know this has kind of been an issue all night, but like I say, the zoning requires, the requirement for the zoning that we have the recreational space there. Like I say, how we utilize it, and
we're aware of that.
I understand.
Zoning is not adequate green space and recreation.
It seems like the moratorium's come in place and then now everything's trying to push back from where it was, back into where, months prior, everything's been moving right through.
You have 75 residents that deserve the place to play for their kids, just like the,
Well, they'll have that in the
we've got it in
1.7.
what are they gonna play?
It'll- We can address that in the sketch plan of the 1.9. I mean, this,
Where I have the issue is, you get a sketch plan, you have zero say over that.
this is only to push along the zoning, it's not to.
Tell us what you're going to do then.
Well, just for instance, on phase 1, y'all asked us to add a stub road, which we didn't want to do, but we approved a sketch plan based on y'all's recommendations to add a stub road, which we come right back in and did, and it made.
I'm sorry, add what?
So in phase 1, y'all had asked us to add a stub road, which we was asking for a variance, basically not to add the stub road, because it was one way in, one way out.
Okay.
All right, so we got the sketch plan approved based on y'all's recommendations to add a stub road, which we came back and did, and now it made sense because now we was able to obtain the next parcel. So same thing here. If y'all recommend any notes, we'll be more than happy to put them in it and make it moving forward just like we did on phase 1. We don't see a purpose in holding up the whole process just on a pavilion, a picnic table, playground, or whatever. That's something that's, can simply be, make notes, however y'all want to address it, and we can add it to
If you
it.
do that, you start placing conditions on the zoning, it's going to be anyway.
Well, that shouldn't be based on the zone, it should be based on the sketch plan.
That's your opinion, but
Yeah, I said the same concerns, but I think because of recent votes we've had, we follow suit. If this is 10%, that's what we had that very first one tonight, and we're trusting the developer to do some things that you asked to do in the sketch plan. I don't follow that same process, although I don't like this.
until we get through it.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of places for kids to play. There's water up there. There's maybe a quarter acre off the cul-de-sac on this side. Maybe they gotta go behind the pond.
But 2 acres, you have 1.9, to say 2 acres of recreational. If they did some recreational facilities, that's pretty comparable to that first one you had tonight. And they had 7 or 10 acres, and they said they would be recreational facilities. And put them with one, it's going to be very comparable.
You're talking about a much larger scale project than what we have here as well.
Right, but they're going to give more acres to recreation.
Actually, the last one was only 50 lots, so it's not restricted.
Well, we're talking about the first one.
That's not the first one.
Oh, the first one.
The first one's got.
And if we need to give, if we need to do,
Basketball court, I mean, they were kind of telling us what they were doing, they said, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I mean, give us some ideas.
I mean, we'd be willing to give up a lot if we need to give you some more recreation space. I mean, especially right here in the cul-de-sac, I don't think that's going to kill us.
Yeah. We're not looking for just recreational space, we're looking for recreational things.
Facility or something.
Keep kids off the street.
Because here's what we know, they're going to play basketball. We don't want basketball to road with weights on so they fall over the wind and it's caught.
That happens every.
If you have a basketball court or half court or that's what another dogs, or there's just some things that we can make conjugates and not each other's yard.
What would you like to see? A covered pavilion with some picnic table or something? I mean, of course, we can't put a basketball court in something, this small. It just wouldn't make sense.
It's something that they can do that.
I mean, they could set up out here in the green space, much recreation space as there is, and, soccer, kickball, hit a ball around. I mean, there's plenty of area there for them, to do that. It doesn't have to be specifically to basketball.
Maybe, I like your idea that that's pavilions, the kids can get out inside, it's 105 degrees.
Like a covered pole barn or something and put a, picnic table, something like
It doesn't
that.
have to be elaborate, I'm not trying to put a burden on anybody, just something where they got a place to go and do something. They're gonna have nowhere to go.
And we're okay with that, but, there again, you see what we done with phase 1. Y'all told us what you wanted, that's what we done moving forward. You see we're gonna work with you on it.
Sorry, this is a little more difficult when we get this result and get the rezoning done that we can decide how we're going to do our density. There'll be some fine lines and we'll have all those discussions.
Yeah, most definitely. Moving forward after this
We're
is
trying
what we
to
feel.
go through what we have on the agenda now and make it as much as we can match what we believe will be the end result in the future of this zone. So I I'm going to take motion to try to address the things outside the development workable on the sketch plan.
I think these guys work with us.
Think so?
They do a lot of business in the county.
We've been in Effingham County our whole life.
They go back up with us.
You know,
One half houses in the county.
You hear our concern, what we're trying to do is not stop density.
And I can't make that motion because that motion, my district.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Loper to approve staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Okay, that passes unanimously. All right. Do the second reading consideration to approve the second reading of application of Toss Island as agent for John P. and Rebecca Shea, to rezone 15.11 acres at a 20.11 acre parcel located at 702 and 756 Ebenezer Road from AR1 and AR2 to R6 to allow for the future development of Overbrook Landing Phase 2 consisting of 45 lots, map number 446, parcel 11, 12, and 5th district.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Webb, to approve second reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously.
Thank you. I think we have a sketch plan.
Sketch plan.
That's right.
Postpone that.
I
I
think
would-
we're gonna postpone that, let you come back with some of the recommendations we've got.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
Okay, so last time we approved it, you know,
We're not gonna do it.
moving forward. I mean, y'all
We already
tell it.
approved the zoning, let's postpone this.
So what are we postponing, 2 weeks?
Yeah, if you get with our staff like the others are gonna do.
Okay.
And come up with a sketch plan that addresses our concerns for the recreation of the kids and safety and the parking, whatever. They know what our concerns are, and you've heard them tonight. And then we'll approve the sketch plan the next meeting.
Okay, so pavilion, areas like that's what y'all want to
The same
see.
thing applies, you guys want to get in on the workshop, we need people that think out of the box a little bit. Just think about this neighborhood and one of your kids playing there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need a workshop. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Well, I think we all do, so we know how to move forward as a county,
Yes.
not just depend on ourselves. We need people to try and make what's that.
So what he's saying, when we do our workshop on density,
Okay,
if you want to attend that, we'd love you to have your input, because you're working on stuff like that now, maybe in the future.
most definitely.
But for this, if you would get with our staff on that, you take first a motion to table this to the
I'll
November 2nd meeting.
make a motion to move this to the November 2nd meeting for the sketch plan.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. First, Mr. Lewis, second, Mr. Loper, to table to November 2nd, the sketch plan. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And carries. So if you would just get with our staff and bring our concerns, they know our concerns, look at the recreation plan, be whatever you can do to address it, make sure the parking, they don't reach the parking. Bring that sketch plan down, we'll try to get that approved for the next meeting.
Sounds good. Thank y'all.
The business item 33, planning board recommends approving an application by Jason Chambliss as agent for Robert Exley. Record show that Mr. Keith is returning to the board. Item 33, the planning board recommends approving the application by Jason Chambliss as agent for Robert Exley, formerly Adam Wood McCormick, and Thomas L. Exley Jr. for a sketch plan located on Augusta Road, south from McCormick Exley Track, Zone I-1, map number 477, parcel 1, and map number 478, parcel 1, 5th district.
So this is the sketch plan. At previous meetings, you have rezoned 4781, and you have removed buffer requirements for most of all of the interior lines. And this is the plan, this is the sketch plan that we saw all through the process. These buffers have been waived, removed. The buffers between the two parcels have been removed. The buffers between the industrial parcels to the south have been removed. And today we're just asking, the applicant is asking for you to approve the sketch plan. This is the same sketch plan we've seen throughout the entire process. This is so nothing has changed. It is now validated by all of the variances that have been approved in the rezoning.
Any questions, discussion?
Any place for the kids to play?
I hope not. Okay, that's your motion on the sketch plan.
Make a motion to approve the sketch plan and design.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Burdette to approve the sketch plans as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously. Item 34. Public hearing. The planning board recommends approving an application by Chad Zitbrower as agent of Claude and Elizabeth E. Kicklight to rezone 50 acres out of 223.926 acres located on Industrial Road South from B3 to I-1 heavy industrial to allow for development of industrial warehousing at number 478, parcel number 2 in the 5th district.
The problem here is, so the applicant is requesting a rezoning or removal of the B3 zoning. In 2006, the strip along Old Augusta Road on both sides was rezoned to B3 with remainder zoned to industrial, and that has stayed in place. Over the years, acreage has been rezoned to R3 for Jasper Village, and then in the very front corner there at Old Augusta Road and Highway 21, that was rezoned to B3, or that was B3. But what was never done was the B3 strip along Old Augusta Road was never removed. And at this point, we've gone through the process of rezoning the interior parcel, which is viewed here, 4862, at a previous meeting. Internal buffers have been removed between all industrial parcels, and the buffer to the adjacent land in Port Wentworth that was reduced from 300 to 100, whereas the buffer to Jasper Village remains at 300. So all we're doing tonight really is it's more of a housekeeping measure that this split zoning has to be resolved in order for all of the buffers, variances to work, in order for the setbacks to work, in order for everything to work. So that is the request tonight, just to remove the B3 zoning. The applicant is calculated to be approximately 50 acres. That is B3 under the original rezoning in 2006.
Open the public hearing. Anyone speaking for this rezoning?
Good evening, Chad Zittrower, Kern and Company, representing ownership. Just to clarify, so the property to the northwest, the McCormick tract, that B3 has already been removed. That was done about 2 years ago. And so we're just trying to be consistent with the rest of the zoning, and this is part of the sketch plan that, was presented with our previous applications. So any questions you have, I'd be glad to answer.
Okay, see if you're speaking opposition, we'll see if there's anything more. I don't believe anybody speaking opposition, Ms. Perez.
You better not.
Speaking opposition, we'll close the public hearing. And see if there's any questions, discussion from the board. Hearing none, have a motion.
Make a motion to approve the planning board recommendation.
Second. Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Loper to approve planning board recommendation. I'm assuming there's no staff on this one.
I wasn't sure.
Is there any staff? Any staff additions?
There are no, just their usual staff recommendations for the rezoning.
Just, they're the same as planning board, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Leave it as it is. Motion is to approve the planning board recommendations. That's the first by Mr. Kiefer, second Mr. Loper. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, passes unanimously. We'll do the second reading. The planning board recommends approving an application by Chad Zitbrower as agent for Helen Dasher Estate and Claude M. and Elizabeth E. Kickletter revocable trust. And it's taking in their revocable trust. There's a sketch plan located on Old Augusta Road. Didn't we the second reading on this order? Oh, I got it off track. I'm sorry.
35.
You go back 35. Consideration to approve the second reading application by Chad A. Zitbrower as agent of Claude M. and Elizabeth and get Elizabeth E. Kicklighter to rezone 50 acres out of 223.926 acres located on Industrial Road south of B3 to I-1 Heavy Industrial to allow for the development of industrial warehousing map, cross number 2 in the 5th district. Motion approved, second reading.
Motion approved, second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloche, to approve second reading. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. It passes unanimously. I got offline here, I apologize for that. Then we get to the sketch plan, item number 36. Planning Board recommends approving the application by Chad Zittrower as agent for Helen Dasher Estate and Claude M. and Elizabeth E. Kicklighter Revocable Trust for a sketch plan located on Industrial Road South for the Kicklighter Hub Industrial Development. This is map number 478, parcel number 2. Map number 486, parcel number 2 in the 5th district.
So this is the sketch plan that we have seen throughout the entire process and shows the remaining buffers, the 300-foot buffer setback from Jasper Village Development and the 100-foot along the Port Wentworth boundary. All other buffers have been removed, the interior buffers side to side and then to the property to the north, which is also zone industrial.
So any question or discussion of the sketch plan? Do you have a motion to approve?
I'm just looking for the amendment.
We'll add it.
Make a motion to approve the sketch plans for the day.
So,
With the amendment you guys presented. First by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloche. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that concludes the public hearing, but unfortunately it does not conclude our businesses. Let's see, we left off with.
Number 6. New business number 6.
Yep, that's where my money is from. All these things have to be addressed tonight.
Just make one motion and approve everything.
Get back and revise.
I tell you what, we are going to limit the discussion, that's okay by this board, unless there's any questions. I'm going to read the
You have to say something, make sure.
very brief description.
Yeah.
Well, if very,
I won't even talk.
I have read through the agenda packet, so I'm familiar with which item.
Number 6.
If someone's not familiar with it, listen, if someone's not familiar with the item, additional information, pause the meeting and let Mr. Larson, whoever else speak to it. Otherwise, I'm going to go right through these exactly. Okay? So item number 6 is consideration to approve change order number 2 with APAC Atlantic related to the Blue Jay and McCall Road realignment construction project. If there are no questions from the board, I entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Motion by Mr. Burnett, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Deloche. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously.
That was just an addition of a lane. Just an addition of a lane.
Right turn lane on McCall.
Just to clarify.
That's fine. I'm going to rush through, but if you have a question, I want you to ask it. Okay, I want you to vote knowingly, but if you look at the agenda, you don't have a question, let's go to that. But if you have a question, go ahead and ask it. Item number 7, consideration to approve an easement agreement with Georgia Power to extend the power for the Hoswell Road Water Booster Station. There's no discussion or question, I'm going to take a motion.
Motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burnett, second, Mr. Kiefer, to approve alternative 1. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. And this passes unanimously. Item number 8, consideration to approve resolution 021-051 to adopt the fiscal year 2021 capital improvement, that's the CIE annual budget. Assuming you've all reviewed it.
You on number 8?
You want to go over it?
Are you on number 8?
Number 8.
Number 8.
What?
You skipped 2.
Huh? Number 8, consideration to approve the resolution 021-051 to adopt the fiscal year 2021 capital improvement program. Annual budget.
In September, you approved the transmittal of this to the regional commission. It's been reviewed by the regional commission of BCA, and now it's time to adopt it. And that's what this is.
So you want to go over it, or are you good with what you've seen in the back? You want a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve. As presented, I guess it's alternative one, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Item number 8 passes unanimously. Item number 9 is a change order. Consideration to approve change order 1 with Greenline Architect Incorporated related to the new county administrative building renovation. So everyone's looked at this one. Do you have any questions or discussion on it? Or do I have a motion to approve? Alternative 1.
Make a motion to approve.
Alternative one.
Second.
I have a motion, Mr. Deloach. I had a couple of seconds. I'll take Mr. Lopez' second on this one. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously. We table item number 10, so we've got item number 11. Consideration to approve PO 22-19-001 for purchase of 3 new ambulances and stretchers for emergency medical services EMS. I got one question. This is in our budget.
Okay, so yes, this budget. Problem is we won't receive them until next fiscal year. So we will have to adjust that.
Will we pay for them in this budget?
No.
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 But
No.
it's in this budget, so we can reappropriate that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll just automatically reappropriate it as part of the budget process.
I guess we can survive without them, do we? We'll have to.
We don't have a choice. We have to get the order in before November in order to secure them by next year. So there's a lengthy delay there, but also we are not going to include the stretchers with this. It's,
I mean, they're so expensive.
well, we just approved the stretchers the last meeting for a little over 18,000, and if we purchase them from Custom with the ambulances, we'll be paying a little over 20,000. So it's actually more beneficial to get them separately, and that's from Miss Wanda does agree with that as well.
So we're going to buy ambulances next year as well on.
No, so all we would like to approve is the PO for the 3 new ambulances, and then we will purchase the stretchers separately.
Yeah, I know, but one time, I think it was last year, I think we said like last year, this year, and then next year, we're going to have to purchase 2.
So we will budget additional ambulances in addition to these for
Make
next
sure we're not
year.
getting hit all of a sudden.
Yeah.
We have-
We gotta have 4.
We have 2 on order already.
So what we're doing is removing these 3 tonight, then we'll have to reappropriate the 2022 budget, money into the 22-23 budget
Right.
to cover those 3 that we've got to pay for, and we have to pay for budget additional 1 or 2.
That we may not receive to the next fiscal year, so.
Planning ahead.
No, I think Jerry's going to get all that straight thing down. It's going to be corrected. He's on it.
Okay.
He's off his maternity leave. All right. So any other questions, discussion? So I need to make sure I read this motion right, since you're not with the stretchers.
Yes.
What's it say in there? Let's see.
I should have removed that, and I did not, and I apologize. The total does represent only the 3 ambulances, the 535,000.
Is without stretcher.
Correct.
I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of the 3 ambulances without the stretchers.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Kiefer to approve the 3 ambulances without the stretchers, which I want to know is the 535,514, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously. Item number 12, consideration to approve the lease of a vehicle through Enterprise Fleet Program for an animal shelter, free animal shelter.
Yes, sir. It's pretty straightforward. It's the vehicle for the animal shelter.
And we're retiring, we'll be retiring, I believe, 2 vehicles to replace this one.
Okay.
Why does the animal shelter need a,
What's that?
why does the animal
Oh,
shelter need a vehicle?
they pick up, they'll pick up and drop off the animals. They'll also pick up the trapped animals. They'll, that's
I
a,
thought we had somebody at the sheriff's department do that. They don't do it anymore?
no, they just, all they do is get the animals that we get calls on. they'll capture them and bring them in, but they won't transfer them to the rescues. They won't release the cats, so they have to take the cats when there's budget that are trapped as part of the TNR program, and then bring them back to where they found them and release them. Sheriff's Department won't do that. That's done in-house. So it's just a singular vehicle that can, and we arranged it so that it can hold multiple cages and traps in the back.
And we retired.
And we're retiring 2 vehicles in the process.
2 of the vehicles retired.
All right.
Have a motion to approve alternative one?
Can I ask a question?
No, sir.
I read the numbers on this, and we saved about $3,000 off the top of what we got, if we bought retail. We end up paying close to the same thing. What's the big advantage of leasing? A couple things worry me is, we're limited to $12,000 a year when we lease. We got a chance of going over that and this thing getting really inflated, or is that something we can monitor and watch and we keep that under 12,000?
Yeah, and so there's a couple things that we're doing here. One of them is whenever we get a replacement vehicle, we ask to see the total cost of ownership and then compare it to the vehicles that we have, right? So there's an offset because the vehicles that she has are some of the oldest vehicles in the fleet. They're always in the shop. So this particular cost basically includes everything, service, the works.
What about tires? I didn't see tires. Not tires and those wearables type things?
I forget, what's the rule with tires? You know what? The thought is on this is that,
We'll turn them in before the tires wear out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tires, that we probably turn them in before the tires wear out because.
3 years.
It's a 5-year deal.
It's 5 years. This, pickup trucks are 2 or 3 years. This is a 5-year deal.
Some of these cars don't even want miles.
And then we add that all together, and then we figure out what our total cost of ownership is, what a residual payment's going to be on it, and what they can resell for it. And then, we could make a consideration based on that. And that's kind of, in this case, it ends up being better than what our total cost would be to retain those 2 vehicles and service them over that same period of time.
Do you have a motion to alternative one?
Motion to approve alternative one.
A second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Kiefer for alternative one. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And that takes us down to number 13, consideration to approve Amendment 1 of an agreement with Global Tel Link for inmate phone and video visitation at the Effingham County Prison. This is no cost to us. They pay for this, don't they?
It will affect our revenues.
What?
The commissions we receive from the calls will be affected. I'll try to sum this up really quick. Last year there was 60,000 budgeted in revenue and we received 137,000 roughly. This year they budgeted 74,000. So if it tracks like it did last year, even if you cut it by 50%, it won't throw the budget off that much. But it will affect that revenue line. So we'll just have to watch it. I don't know.
I fix the revenue line. I got you. I knew the revenue comes from the inmates.
Right. Yeah, there's no, I don't think it's not like an erased expense or anything, but it would affect revenues.
It's wanting to get reduced to death.
Yeah, it's the FCC. They mandated it.
The amount you can charge an inmate.
I'm sorry?
They limited the amount you can charge each inmate for.
Well, and I don't know for sure. I wondered if COVID played a part. People are calling more than visiting, so.
Any other question, discussion? Motion to approve alternative one?
Motion to approve alternative one.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Deloche, to approve alternative one. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. It passes unanimously.
Thank y'all.
Consideration number 14, consideration to approve a lighting service agreement with Georgia Power for the installation lights at the Clancy Morgan complex.
I like the idea, but why not do it ourselves? And the reason why I asked that is I've done some of my own lights and I've got some lights through Georgia Power. And Georgia Power is a smaller cost. it's perpetual, baby. You pay for that forever and it never goes away. I did some of my own lights off of my building and some other places, and I didn't even see a bump in electric cost. I've got the upfront cost, but now with the new LED lighting, it doesn't hardly use any power at all compared to the old big light. Just some thoughts on that.
And it's something we can probably look at facilities moving forward, but this we're just adding to the existing features and Georgia Power's retirement benefits of.
Sorry?
What you pay, you pay it.
How long these lights and all last? The reason I ask is, I read the numbers with the value of the money and everything, and it's about 10 years is what it takes to recoup our money with the difference in cost of petrol. If it's beyond that, I'm for it. But if we got to do a lot of expenditure in 10 years, it's not a good deal to put it up front.
The way I read the agreement and understand the agreement, we pay for the initial construction up front, we pay the lower tariff in perpetuity, but we never have to go back and pay for replacements.
That's
That's what I understand.
Whatever you have.
Because in 10 years,
Yeah.
if we have to replace it, it's not a good deal.
If we buy them up front and install them,
You replace bulbs.
if we buy them up front and install them and somebody hits it next month and knocks it over, Georgia Power replaces it at their cost. That's what I
My
understand.
question, that's what I was concerned about. If we got to replace them, they do it. So we're good, I'm good. Any other question, discussion? Motion to approve alternative one?
Motion to approve alternative one.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Keith, to approve alternative one. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Number 15 is a budget consideration to approve resolution 21052 to amend fiscal year 2020 and 2021 budget. Is this for the audit?
Sir?
Is this for the audit?
Yes, this is the final one for last year that we anticipate doing.
Okay.
But yeah, audit's still underway though, yeah.
Right. This is the budget, so we don't get any findings that we were exceeding our budget.
Right.
This is where we realign everything. Any other question or discussion? You understand that?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 16, consideration to approve fiscal year 2022 contract amendment 2022.1-08 with the Coastal Regional Commission for congregate home delivered meals. I got one quick question. About all we funded this whole thing is about $14,000-$15,000. The rest is coming from federal and state monies, right?
Right, what it was, they're increasing the overall funds available by 22,000 because they're doing a one-shot infusion of the CARES Act and the Family First Coronavirus Act.
I saw the 10% increase, but when you get down to it, we only spend about $15,000 of our money, but all this other $253,000 comes from the state and federal.
Right.
So it's not a big issue for me. Although I do think at $6, make this one quick comment, at $6.50 average per meal, I wonder if there comes a point that we need to look at, is there a local restaurant that would like to have that opportunity? Because I know Coastal Regional is getting very expensive on these meals. That's a lot of money. Somebody can produce these meals for $3 and make $3.50 locally. We can make a supportive business local. I think it's time to maybe look at that in the future. Just to
Right.
As far as budget costs, it only costs us $15,000 when we did it. Any other question, discussion?
Make a motion to approve all of number one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Lopez, second by Mr. Deloach, to approve alternative one. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. That passes. I was just thinking as a business out there, I might make $800,000 out of that kind of stuff. We could bless it. Let's see, number 18? 17. 17, okay, thank you, keep me in line here. Let's see that over here. All right, item 17, consideration to approve to submit a grant application to the Environmental Protection Agency for brownfield cleanup grant.
Yeah, this is for Atlas, and this is, if we get it, great, we have to do the work anyway, so.
Yeah, we discussed it many times, different than Plattsburgh.
Speaking of Atlas, real quick, I don't know if I can squeeze this in. Are we getting close now to bidding out the cleanup deal?
We're actually delayed that just because of the brownfields grant, because you don't want to award that before your grant response comes in.
Okay, how long will it take to get a response to?
Well, they're a little bit delayed now.
Yeah, the application deadline is on December 1st for this.
Yeah, so it's 2 months delayed, so it's probably be about February. Normally, it's October 31st, and they tell you by the end of the year. So I'm guessing since it's December 31st, they'll tell us by the end of February.
We've been working with them about 8 years.
As long as up here.
All right, any other question, discussion? Motion to approve. Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. It passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself on the next 5 items due to a banking relationship with the contractor.
You just want to go home or? Sounds good. So I'd like to note that Mr. Tonnage has recused himself. Okay, item number 18, consideration to approve amendment 1 for the extension of task order 1 for EOM operation in fiscal year 2022.
Oh, 1-year extension of the Public Works, Water, Sewer, Streets, Fleet contract.
Increase in fees, my note here. Is there any increase in fee?
No, so it's same as last year, and it was improved in the budget for this year already.
Okay, that's the question I had on my.
I'm sorry?
I think this one's engineering.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, the first one is the engineering one. So it's the same thing. Same as the last year's fee, it's just 1-year extension of the project.
Very good. Any other question, discussion? Motion to approve alternative 1.
Motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Floyd to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 19 has been removed, right?
Correct.
So item number 20, consideration to approve the scope of service from EOM operations to perform MS4 related tasks for the fiscal year 2022. Was there any increase in that fee this year?
Same as last year.
Same as last year? Okay. Any question, discussion? Motion to approve alternative 1.
Motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously. Item number 21, consideration to approve amendment 4 with EOM operations to perform public works related tasks. Now, is this?
This one is the Public Works Road, Water, Sewer, Roads, Fleet contract extension for 1
Is
year.
that a fixed amount? I didn't see the number, maybe I just missed it. Or is it a fee? That's a fixed amount,
It's a
right?
fixed amount. It's billed 1/12 per month.
Okay, and has
Amendment
it
4 did not
increased?
say there was an increase.
I'm sorry?
Amendment 4 didn't state if there was an increase or not.
Repeat what she says for the record. We couldn't hear, repeat what she said for the record.
There's no increase from last year. It's just, the amendment, number 4, just extends the contract
Okay.
for the fixed fee for the year. There's no increase.
Okay, I didn't see it, so I
Right.
assumed that, I'm not sure. Okay. Any other question, discussion? Motion to approve alternative 1.
Motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Floyd to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. And carries. Item 22, consideration to approve a proposal for the scope of work and fee with EOM operations related to the county watershed protection plan. Once again, $18,000. Is that an increase?
No, same as last year.
Any other question, discussion? Motion to approve alternative 1.
Motion to approve alternative 1.
Motion Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Kiefer to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously.
I don't know about this.
Item number 23.
Yeah, just say approved, don't read it.
You want to go with this one? Item number 23, consideration to approve the council of the 21st, 2021 Board of Commissioners meeting due to Christmas holidays. All in favor of Christmas, say aye. All excluded, say no.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Motion to approve alternative one by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Kiefer. I say again, all Christmas celebratories, say yes. You agree to say no? Okay. All passed unanimously. All right, we're going to come to our reports from our commissioners and administrative staff.
As I handed out those sample maps to you, and I just have a short presentation on the history of redistricting from 1777 to present. That concludes my report. Just let me know if you have any questions or you want to sit down with GIS.
Anything from you, staff?
You have what I have, your monthly report for the month of September for BOC.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Anything from our staff by the commission that you need to bring up tonight? Good, because that could be a career-ending move. Anything from our board?
Yeah, I have something. Somebody in HR sent out a thing about the empty stocking fund.
Okay.
Okay, but the empty stocking fund they had was the Coastal Empire. That's operated out of Savannah.
Okay.
I think my wife sent them a receipt of that.
Okay.
But the empty stocking fund for Effingham County, all the money stays in Effingham County. It doesn't go out of Effingham County.
Okay.
We weren't asking for donations though. It was just if people need assistance, they're saying you can apply for help.
Oh,
So
I got you.
there's 100 spots set aside for Effingham County residents. Last year they only did 40, so they're just trying to get awareness. It's a partnership with Salvation Army and United Way. They just asked us to help send out that because we have some employees who could benefit.
But
Not
y'all taking
contribution.
money last year from it, which y'all did good.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, it didn't have anything to do with the coastal. But that's what in Savannah.
Very preliminary.
I got my money from here.
Yes, sir, we helped you, yes,
This isn't the contributions, this is actually just the benefit part.
yes.
Just what?
This is just the benefit part, they're offering their services as a result of the empty stocking fund to residents of Effingham County. But it's nothing to do with the fundraising part, if that makes sense.
Well, all I would go,
Because our fundraising is going to be based on the Effingham County one, just like we've done in previous years.
okay.
This is just the benefit part they're offering to us.
All right, the people that handles all the stuff that I do goes through DFAC here in Effingham County.
Sure.
But I think United Way last year had something to do with it. They accepted people that was calling in that needed help.
Right.
And then they would send that to, over here. Then they would let me know about it.
Okay. Yeah, so this is kind of just separate, but that's not going to change. And so what you said there?
I just wanted to make sure that was right, because all I was
Stays in-house. Absolutely.
Anything else, Mr.
Anyway, that's all I had.
The chamber thing is coming up. Is there anything Sunday evening or just check-in Sunday?
No, just registration, just check in on Sunday and registration at 8:30 or 9 Monday morning, I think.
So we're set for Sunday and Monday?
Yep, you check in Sunday night.
When do we get our stuff?
Yours is coming, the others have theirs already, but yours is coming.
Okay. I won't get it.
Say it again?
All right, come out and get it.
No, I'll give it to you. No worries.
All right, before we take a motion to disclose that something, I'll make you aware, I've met with Workforce Coastal on the board for that. There's over $1 million available funding.
For what? I can't hear you.
There's $1 million available, and I told Tim about this day, so I'm trying to get the department heads to make them aware, and I want to make you aware for our constituents, if you have any businesses, you need truck, what do you call it? Yeah, what's the?
CDL.
CDL drivers or construction workers, if you hire someone who's unemployed or underemployed, And I've got the information, if you want to get the card and talk to them, they'll pay for 50% of that employment. This may help our constituents, it may help you and your businesses in our community while we're doing the training, about 6 months. So if you've got to bring home, for example, you want to bring home somebody in construction, that if you should get them out there, they're hired, they're all busy, but you take this young man and coach him up, they'll pay 6 months of this training.
Who will pay that money?
It's coastal workforce. This money has not been spent to improve the workforce in our area, so trying to get people employed. This also works for our county. If we want to train up our EMTs, EMS and EMTs, get firefighters, we can pay for 50% of the payroll while we're doing firefighter handling. Make you aware that you got constituents that need employees, don't know how to get them because the skilled employees are not coming to work for them. They can hire employees and get some money.
You know, the CRC had coastal workforce, yeah, about a year ago.
They'll manage anymore, it's managed by the
We gave it
city.
about 6 months. I don't know, I don't want it back till we get it past them.
The city of Savannah's managing it now.
How does somebody like our new people who are CDL,
Unemployed or underemployed. Somebody's working part-time, they're unemployed, they need full-time employment. Some good opportunities for our community.
what about McDonald's versus something else?
What?
As long as it's a step up.
How about retirees?
It's not gonna be a step up. It has to be a step up if they're current employed, and not a step up if they're unemployed. Okay? So that might help some folks. Discussion of personnel, we didn't have executive session, so we will need that. No executive session, all right?
No, sir.
Okay. We have executive session minutes, so we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make motion to adjourn.
Motion by Mr. Roach, second by Mr. Burrow to adjourn this meeting. All in favor, say aye. Everybody opposed?